Good morning, everyone. Did that wake you up? Welcome to the 2023 Big Bend Fair Housing Conference. I'm Javelle Robinson, Program Manager at Big Bend Habitat for Humanity, and it is indeed my pleasure to introduce the moderator for today's program. Nicole Everett is a conversationalist, media content producer, mental health advocate, and connector. For more than 20 years, Nicole worked in the affordable housing arena for a Tallahassee nonprofit organization, as well as across the state of Florida. She currently serves as a behavioral health navigator with the local health department, where she assists individuals and groups with mental health and substance abuse resources. A native of Miami, Florida, Nicole earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Business Administration from the Florida Agricultural and Mechanical University. She enjoys volunteering her time and talents to nonprofit boards and community committees, such as Big Bend Habitat for Humanity, She Academy, Working Class Wednesday, and the Soul of Southside Festival Planning Committee, to name a few. Supporting local individuals and organizations is very important to Nicole, and she embodies the sentiment: we've got to support what we want to keep. We got to support what we want to keep. When she's not working and volunteering, Nicole loves hosting and producing her video talk show, Conversations with Nicole. Since 2016, CWN has been connecting the community through conversations with more than 200 pre-recorded shows cataloged. Just sheer awesomeness. As a mental health advocate, Nicole conducts live virtual broadcasts on social media twice weekly with clinicians of color as her guests in an effort to end the stigma and normalize dialogue around mental health and wellness in Black and Brown communities. Nicole, you are amazing, and we thank you for all of your contributions to our community. Let's give it up for Nicole.
Hey, happy Thursday. Happy Fair Housing Month. I'm so excited and delighted to be here with all of you today. Thank you, Javelle, for that lovely introduction. I am humbled to participate in this year's Fair Housing Conference, once again, because my heart is truly for service, and affordable housing is one of those topics that is very near and dear to my heart. And so we have a great conference for you today. Are y'all ready for this conference today? Okay, good. So we have 4 presenters that are going to come up and give us welcome and greetings, but I do want to first acknowledge Miss Angela Hendrith, who is the City of Tallahassee's first Chief Diversity Officer and Director of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. Thank you. And we'll also hear from Dr. Kimball Thomas, who joined the city in 2018. He is the, took on the director role of the newly combined Department of Housing and Community Resilience and Department of Community Service in 2022. Dr. Thomas, he's going to come up. We will also hear from Jelani Marks, who is the Housing Services Manager for Leon County Department. Jelani joins the Leon County team. He joined the team in 2016 and served in the Office of Management and Budget for several years before joining the Office of Human Services and Community Partnerships last year. Jelani, okay. And we also will hear from Mr. Mark Schlackman, who serves as Senior Program Director for the Florida State University Center for the Advancement of Human Rights and as coordinator of its Human Rights and National Security in the 21st Century lecture series. So we'll hear from Mark as well. But before we hear from all of them, we're going to hear from the Dean of the County Commission. I'm sorry, City Commission. Mr. Curtis Richardson, who is a honorary sister girl, who is the champion for the South Side, and just an all-around great guy. So y'all welcome Commissioner Curtis Richardson.
Good morning. Thank you, Nicole, for that introduction, and it is a pleasure to be here this morning. I thought the mayor would be here. He may be on his way, but I will fill in for him nonetheless. Our Mayor Pro Tem is on her way, if she's not already there, to Orlando for a conference, and so I guess I have to fill in for both of them. But it certainly is a pleasure to be here this morning. I want to thank Angela for the work that she has done in helping to coordinate this, and all who have been involved in putting together this fair housing conference for this morning. I was looking forward to it when I heard about it. I have been one of the champions on our city commission for affordable housing. And that word affordable has a lot of meanings because what might be affordable for me is not affordable to my neighbor or someone in another part of town. And so we have to be careful about how we use that term as well and make sure that we have housing that's affordable for the range of people who may be looking for housing, who are in need of housing. What we're finding here in Tallahassee, and I'm sure it's true in communities throughout the state and nation, is that so many of our neighbors are being priced out of housing. Either the rental rates or the mortgage rates. I was telling Tasha 27 years ago when my wife and I built our home on the south side of Tallahassee, which is one of the predominantly African-American communities in Tallahassee. We financed our loan at 2.99% interest. Tell me, when was the last time that happened or will happen? It's somewhere around 7 or 8% now, if I'm not mistaken. But those are the kinds of barriers that stand in the way of so many of our friends and neighbors and family members being able to afford housing. And so what it has caused also is an increase in our homeless population here in Tallahassee. And so we're trying to address that issue as well. As a matter of fact, housing is second only to public safety in our strategic plan here in the city of Tallahassee. And we're spending millions of dollars to try to address that issue here in our city. We've got partners that we're working with. We're not a housing agency, but we've got a number of partners that we're working with to try to make that happen for those who want to be housed and can afford the level of housing that will put them in a good stead. And so I thought Karen was here. Oh yeah, there she is in the back. Karen is the executive director of the Tallahassee Lenders Consortium, one of our partners. I serve on her board. I don't see Antoine here with Habitat for Humanity. Oh, but JaVale is here representing Habitat for Humanity. And we also have an Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, which I serve as the representative from the City Commission on that board. So, and we've got other partners from throughout the community that are working with us to address this very critical need in our community. And so I thank you all for being here this morning and for the work that you do in this area. We've got a lot of work to do. It's not going to be solved overnight, but I do believe that all of us working together can make sure that our neighbors and family members and friends who want to be housed, because I can tell you there are some, I'll tell you this story and then I'm done. I've got a friend of mine. She used to be my next door neighbor. She has kind of adopted a homeless guy that lives not far from where she lived. He's 80 years old. She helped him get his Social Security check, but he doesn't want the Social Security money. She handles it for him. but he doesn't want to be housed. She told him he had enough money that she could probably get him an apartment. He said he was content living, on the street next to a shopping center where he lives. But for all of those who want to be housed, we want to make sure that they have that opportunity, especially our families where we've got mothers and their children living in cars because they've been evicted from their homes. My wife is a county judge and she does landlord-tenant cases, and she tells me all the time the number of cases that she sees where families are being evicted because they can't afford the rent. And they're having to live in their car or on a family member's couch or in situations like that. So again, thank you all so much for what you do. And we look forward to working with each and every one of you to address this issue here in our community and throughout our state. So let's enjoy the conference today. And I want to welcome those who are visiting our fair city. We're in one of our signature parks, Cascades Park. So when you take a break, take an opportunity to walk around the park and enjoy its many amenities as well. So thank you all again and have a great day.
Good morning. I'm Kimball Thomas. I'm the Director of Housing and Community Resilience for the City of Tallahassee. Our department, of course, in every aspect of what we do, the elephant in the room for our department is always affordable housing. But we also deal with community issues with respect to code enforcement, resiliency, sustainability, as well as human services that we do. But with respect to the subject matter, I would just like to thank Angela and her team for sponsoring this symposium. For all of you who come near and far to be here with us, you'll hear a few things. Commissioner Richardson covered some great aspects of what we do. When I think about affordable housing, I think about three aspects of it. One is production. When you look at the approximately 3,000 units that we have right now in our inventory, when you look at in that production, when you look at our inclusionary housing that we have here with the City of Tallahassee, for every residential development that's going to be 50 or more units, 10% of those have to be for inclusionary housing and have to be affordable. That's a market rate house at an inclusionary price. So we're very happy that our city commission supports those initiatives. When you look at production, we have other kind of product types. We work with Commissioner Richardson mentioned Ms. Karen Miller of the Tallahassee Lending Consortium. They manage our community land trust. And if you don't know what a community land trust is, you'll hear more about that in this symposium today. And so with that, they build a number of houses too that are affordable to the community. JaVale with Habitat for Humanity and Antoine, the CEO, who can't be here today with us right now, we build houses with them. That is sweat equity that staff put in. This is still talking about production. So we work with our community redevelopment agency, our CRA, with respect to infill development homes in neighborhoods. So anytime you look at production of affordability here in any city, you always have to guard against gentrification and making sure that those communities still keep the tapestry of their community. Also in housing, not just production, but preservation. We have owner-occupied rehab that we do, rebuilds that we do. How do we keep homes and going through neighborhoods and preserve that stock that we already have? And the last one I have is protections. We have landlord mitigation that we do. We're putting things out to partners with respect to having assistance through our CARES, City CARES Home Assistance Program to make sure that we can keep people, negotiate with landlords, and people don't have to be evicted. And I'd be remiss, I have housing staff here with me, Jackie Riggins, our Mecca Ruth, I have Ginger Williams and Robin Slade also at our table. So stop by the table. And so again, welcome, very glad to have you here today. Make sure you take copious notes. And I'll just say this one thing, aside from the production that we have and the number of approximate units, there's one word that's going to come into play for me today, and that is access. I can have thousands and thousands and thousands in the pipeline, but how are they accessible to that person that needs an attainable home? And so I hope you hear today about how that can happen through fair housing, through equity practices, through lenders and borrowers being able to have a good negotiation and build a relationship. So I wish you a great day and thank you for being here with us today in the city of Tallahassee.
Morning, everyone. I'm Jelani Marks, manager of Leon County's Division of Housing Services. On behalf of my colleagues at Leon County Government, I'm happy to be here this morning to welcome you to the Fair Housing Conference. As we all know, April is National Fair Housing Month, which recognizes the passage of the Fair Housing Act of 1968 and encourages people to learn more about their rights. The Fair Housing Act was a landmark civil rights law designed to protect Americans from discrimination in the sale, rental, and financing of housing based on protected classes. The passage of the Fair Housing Act would not have been possible without years of strategic efforts from dedicated activists like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who was assassinated just days before the act was signed by President Lyndon Johnson. Leon County is committed to promoting fair housing opportunities for all and preventing discrimination in housing by providing information and education to citizens, including during today's conference. Throughout the day, you will have an opportunity to not only learn about how to strengthen our community through fair and affordable housing, but also how to empower citizens with information about what to do when you or a loved one feel your rights have been violated. Before the conference overview begins, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the partnership between Leon County Government, the City of Tallahassee, Gadsden County, the Florida Commission on Human Relations, and the many community partners involved in planning this critically important event during National Fair Housing Month. The way this network of organizations has come together to engage our citizens is truly outstanding. And now I'd like to turn it over to Nicole Everett to continue the program. Thank you.
So next we'll hear from Mark, but I'll just tell you that Mark teaches immigration and refugee law and policy at the College of Law. He also teaches courses for graduate honors and undergraduate students in human rights and national security. And he has designed the courses and they are informed by his experiences in engagement abroad, including Afghanistan and United Nations in Geneva. So y'all, let's hear from Mark.
Thank you, Nicole. And our paths just seem to continue to cross, right? Angela and city governance officials, both elected and staff, have greatly appreciated the opportunity to collaborate, arising, interestingly enough, out of a topic that I'll just touch upon that surrounds these issues today. Doesn't displace them, doesn't preempt them, but may complement them in a way. And that is relating back to conversations with Mayor Daley, which were impacted like everything else by COVID, but leading to ultimately what he announced was a local human rights initiative. And it happens to be characterized, all human rights are local. And this arose out of a conversation about not that a human rights framework would necessarily solve or resolve the issues, but it can open up the discourse, the dialogue, the thought process to, again, other kinds of frameworks and resources to be clear, not necessarily funding, but other points of entry to the conversation. And in addition, just to, I'll just speak for several minutes, but also drawing upon the privilege of serving as special counsel to Governor Lawton Chiles. And then toward the end of the Clinton administration, I was a senior advisor to the president. During the outset of the George W. Bush administration, I was within the U.S. Department of State. Came back to Florida, was born in Miami Beach, but came back to Florida by way of serving as a special assistant to the 4-star Marine Corps general who became chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. So throughout these very different assignments, areas of responsibility, it became increasingly clear that that human rights issues resonated around all of them, and including national security, as was mentioned. I was invited, for example, and then I'll jump to the topic of the day. I was invited to Afghanistan to meet with the 16 senior Afghan intelligence officials in an effort to incorporate a human rights framework and sensibility to be an element of or to complement a national security strategy. So here we are today at a hugely important, as was already highlighted at the outset, at a hugely important day of discussion and dialogue with remarkable stakeholders already doing the hard work. And so just to introduce, maybe for possible future consideration, human rights frameworks. You know how much or how little you've tracked some of them, but for instance, and this is by analogy, there's a refugee protection system, which, by the way, refugee as defined by a treaty, is to protect people fleeing persecution of 5 legally defined kinds of persecution: race, religion, nationality, membership in a social group, political opinion, but to protect people fleeing persecution. So the larger, more abstract perspective on the human rights issues, it relates back to a document, not the first time human rights were subject to discussion, dialogue around the world, but arising out of World War II, there was something called the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly. One of the key proponents for the US in support of this global accord was the former First Lady, Eleanor Roosevelt. So very significantly, women, before women were gaining their own rights, including voting in the United States, women were playing a remarkably disproportionately important role within the context of the male-female issues, or balance or lack of balance. So there's a treaty that the mayor looked at as a basis, or at least one element of a human rights, local human rights initiative that he's excited about, and he'll be, reaching out to you and his colleagues on the commission and certainly city management. But that's how or why I'm here, and have had the privilege of collaborating with Nicole and Angela during the Race Relations Summit and multiple Martin Luther King days of dialogue. So as far as housing, and then I'll pause. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights is a baseline authority for treaties that the US ratified. And won't delve into this other than to say very quickly, when the United States ratifies a treaty, it seems like an obscure, how do we get from there to here? When the United States ratifies a treaty, won't go through the process, but a president signs it, goes to the Senate for advice and consent. It's either moved favorably or it isn't. And then another president, could be the same president, signs the instrument of ratification. Most important part about that is, if a treaty is ratified, it's accorded the way to federal law, even though it's not federal law. It doesn't track what we probably emblazoned into our brains at some point. You remember seeing that or hearing or someone telling us about that, how a bill becomes a law, little clip. It's kind of imprinted somewhere in our memories. Well, this is not that kind of a federal law, but it's accorded the weight of federal law. So, and the treaty framework that will be one element of the mayor's local initiative, it specifically contemplates application at the state and local level. So this is not some arcane, obscure Geneva, wonderful city, but limited to Geneva. No, this human rights are local, hence the name of the initiative. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which again is a foundation for one or some of these, a number of these treaties, specifically identifies housing within the context of human rights. So you have the Fair Housing Act, which is mentioned, hugely important in terms of the legal framework, but we also have this global alignment around human rights. Human rights, arguably a broader ambit of global perspective than civil rights. Civil rights hugely important, but human rights don't arise out of a law. They are there inherently as a result of being a human being. The challenge, of course, is that they're not always respected, even though the rights are there. So no one confers human rights upon someone. They're there because you are a human being. Again, it's about respect. So just to give you a sense, and then I'll pause and look forward to re-engaging as the mayor or the commissioners or the city manager, staff, Angela, Nicole, I could keep going. But it's been a pleasure, and look forward to these and other issues. But just to give you a sense, this is a United Nations overview. The right to adequate housing contains freedoms. These freedoms include protection against forced eviction, the right to be free from arbitrary interference with one's home and privacy, the right to choose one's residence, security of tenure, housing, land restitution, equal and non-discriminatory access to housing, participation in housing-related decision-making. And it goes to availability of services, affordability, habitability, accessibility, location. These are your issues. These are our issues. These are the community issues. When I say they're your issues, you're at the leading edge. So I look forward to opportunities, again, not to for a millimoment suggest this is the solution. Of course not. You are working toward the solution, but this may be an additional way to complement the critical work that you are already engaged in. So again, I'll pause there. And as I say, appreciate the opportunity and look forward to the next time. I just saw Nicole 48 hours ago, so the next time could be very quick, but again, it's a pleasure. Thank you.
All right, so hopefully you all feel welcome, okay? So thank you, Commissioner Richardson, Dr. Thomas, Jelani, and Mark for those welcomes and greetings. The theme for this year's Fair Housing Conference, and actually National Fair Housing Month, is Choices for All Voices, Building an Equitable Future. And so we are celebrating 55 years of the Fair Housing Act, which Jelani kind of stole my thunder a little bit, but the Fair Housing Act of 1968 prohibits discrimination concerning the sale, rental, and financing of housing based on race, color, religion, national origin, sex, disability, and familial status. And we'll hear more about those specific protected biases throughout the day. Our partners at the Florida Commission on Human Relations has a table set up to share more information about important legislation and the protected classes and how you can get assistance if you or someone you know has been violated. So now I'm going to step aside as we prepare to transition to the next part of our program, which is our opening session. So we will take about a 5-minute break. Right, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. So our opening session is strengthening our communities, moving in the right direction to advance fair and affordable housing. And our panel, our presenters are Sean Duncan, the Director of Training and Consulting, FCS, the Lupton Center. Dr. Sean Duncan is the Director of Training and Consulting for FCS, which is Focused Community Strategies. His research and professional work have focused on factors that lead to social change. He is a member of the Atlanta Mayors and Atlanta Public Schools Research Project on Thriving Neighborhoods. Dr. Duncan is also a part of the Purpose Built Communities Pace Setters Task Force that is working to define the key indicators of impact for place-based work. He also directs a nationwide initiative funded by Lilly Endowment, Inc. that is building place-based cross-sector coalitions to impact chronic material poverty. He has been a pastor, coach, professor, nonprofit founder, and consultant. Y'all, welcome Dr. Sean Duncan. And next, we have Marvin Ness Jr. He has committed his entire career to facilitating positive outcomes and success for society's most vulnerable and the communities in which they reside. Today, he serves as Senior Director of Community Development with Focus Community Strategies, a place-based community development corporation working in the historic South Atlanta neighborhood in Atlanta, Georgia. At FCS, Marvin teams with a group of talented directors to lead the organization's neighborhood and engagement, affordable housing, and economic vitality efforts. Prior to joining FCS, Marvin worked as an independent consultant, providing his skills in human services and community development to numerous nonprofits and government agencies in the areas of planning, implementation, and evaluation of service delivery systems, community engagement, and the development and writing of HUD choice neighborhood grant people strategies. Ooh, that's a heavy hitter. All right. Additionally, Marvin served in key leadership roles with organizations whose missions involved improving the quality of life for those impacted by lack of access to quality, affordable housing and other mainstream services and resources necessary for success. He was the director of resident wellness and empowerment with the Virgin Island. Oh boy, I bet you that was nice. Housing Authority, overseeing the re-engineering of the agency's resident services department, VP of Development and Community Engagement with Atlanta Center for Self-Sufficiency, leading all agency fundraising and community engagement efforts, Senior Vice President and Chief Program Operator with Action Ministries, Inc., overseeing the agency's hunger, housing, and education program operations, and had a successful 12-year career with the Atlanta Housing Authority, where he oversaw the agency's human development and resident engagement activities. Marvin holds a Bachelor's of Social Work from the University of North Carolina. I know it just goes on and on. At Charlotte, and a Master's of Social Work from the University of Illinois Champaign-Urbana, and is a member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, originally from Spartanburg, South Carolina, and his home is in Atlanta, Georgia. So y'all help me welcome these housing experts.
All right, well, it's good to be with you guys today. Greetings from Atlanta, Georgia. It's just a privilege to be in a room like this. You guys are the people who choose not to look away. Our cities, our communities are complicated. There's a lot of very deep and serious issues that are being faced. And a lot of people choose to look away. It's a lot easier, right? But we need people like you guys who say, I'm going to live my life facing some of our community's biggest challenges. So I'm going to ask for another round of applause, but not for Marvin and certainly not for me, but for each other. So I want you to look around the room at the heroes in this room and give each other a round of applause for the way you live your life, the work that you do. Because I know there are a lot of folks in this room who have already forgotten more about fair housing than I will ever have the chance to learn. So I hope you receive these words as just a fellow practitioner who's just working my way through this, like you guys, to figure out a more just and equitable future for our neighborhoods. So like was mentioned, Marvin and I are part of an organization in Atlanta called Focused Community Strategies. We are in a neighborhood of historic South Atlanta. And when we say South Atlanta, in Atlanta, we don't mean the bottom half of the city. It is a very specific and historic neighborhood. I got to eat lunch over at FAMU yesterday, and our neighborhood Civic League president is a proud grad. So she was thrilled knowing that I was here and having lunch in the cafeteria yesterday. Our neighborhood shares a similar history. So if you know of Clark Atlanta University, the historic neighborhood of South Atlanta was founded by Clark College and Gammon Theological Seminary back in the late 1800s. And so that building you just saw is still standing today, still as beautiful as ever, and it's our local high school now. And so if you come for a visit to South Atlanta, which we would invite you to do, and we walk you around our neighborhood and tell you the stories, most of those streets are named after former professors or presidents of that university. So there's this really beautiful legacy that FCS is stepping into and participating in and seeking to preserve for the future as well. So since we're talking about schools, I figure we could start with the pop quiz. You guys, I mean, it's Wednesday. Like, what day of the week is it? So I feel like it's not the weekend yet. Thursday. I travel. I don't know what day it is anymore, what time it is. So it's Thursday.
Fried chicken from yesterday.
So let me tell you. She's like, what would you like? Fried chicken. And she put a piece of fried chicken as big as my head on the plate. I was like, I will never be able to. Oh, she's putting another one on there. So I had a lot to eat that day. So we're going to start with a pop quiz to see if you guys are ready. The word malaria is a literal translation. Does anyone know what if you know Italian, which I don't, that wasn't on my bio. I don't know Italian. You might be able to parse out what that word literally means. Marvin will give you $5 if you know. We didn't agree to that, so good luck. All right, so this word literally translates as bad air. Because when the disease was first being studied, the assumption was it was transmitted through polluted air, right? If you make that assumption, all of your attacks on the disease are going to be based on that framework, right? But the name of that malaria should have been bad mosquito. I don't know how to say that in Italian. If anybody does, feel free to come up with the word for us. Now I want you to hold that. I'm going to tell you why I'm talking about mosquitoes and malaria later, but just kind of keep that little factor in your head. Okay, one more pop quiz that actually has more to do with what we're here to talk about. Okay, 1960, white homeownership was at 65%. Black homeownership was at 38, which represents a 27-point gap. It's been 55 years since the Fair Housing Act, but over 60 since these stats were relevant. So the question is, how much have we shrunk that gap in this 55 years? All right, so I'm gonna give you some options. All right. A, would you say it's statistically flat? All right, we've increased at basically the same rate. So we've both increased, white and black communities have increased in homeownership, but the gap is still the same. Or B, statistically flat, but we've both actually declined at about the same rate, but we're still about the same percentage point gap apart. Or would you say C, we've closed the gap by 2 points, or D, we've closed it by 10? I don't want to embarrass anybody. We're all very professional people with ties on. I bought a tie, but I just can't do the tie. I'm already tucking my shirt in. So we're all very professional people. We don't want to be wrong in front of our friends and colleagues. So it's a trick that none of the answers are right up on the board. Yeah, well, I'm hearing you already. So this is from the Pew Trust research. The gap between white and black homeownership is wider now than it was in 1960. So if you see in 2022, 74% of white households owned compared to 45% of black, and that gap is now 29 points, which is a couple points more than it was in 1960. So here's a couple things I want you to consider. You may or may not believe them, but these are kind of two kind of mental framework mantras, ideas that are carried in the hearts and minds of people at FCS, the organization that we work for. Number one, poverty is not inevitable. It doesn't have to exist. We created it and we can uncreate it, right? It's not inevitable that our communities deal with the social challenges that they face. And number two, that your place, your neighborhood, your city is working perfectly. When we talk about our neighborhoods, our cities, our communities being broken in some way, we would advocate that actually it is working exactly the way it was designed to work. And so we got to start thinking about how we design differently. Keep those in mind. We'll come back to that. So the why, this is the stuff we all know. This is why we're here. So why the Fair Housing Act? Why is it such an important piece? Well, we all know this, right? That there's this legacy of racism that based how our communities are formed and shaped and put together. And we know that everybody was in on that as well, right? Whether it was city planning departments, whether it was law enforcement, whether it's neighborhood association covenants, whether it's people who are building the houses or people selling the houses or people funding the loans for those houses, that system, we were cutting out Black and brown people from homeownership, right? And when they did own, it was lower quality housing and less resourced areas. And we know that that's the legacy that we're dealing with. That's why we're here today. These are the things that we're in agreement with about why we're here. But something else that we would say that we've observed is that the legacy of these racist practices, even though the FHA is geared around housing, the impact of those practices aren't just felt by housing. There's so many other cascading impacts to our communities than just people have houses that are affordable that they can own and build wealth. It's a huge concern, of course, but we feel like it's a bigger thing. So the big idea for FCS, for Focused Community Strategies, our organization in Atlanta, this is the big idea for us, is that the issue that we're facing is a neighborhood issue, not just a housing one. Housing is crucial. You can't get away from it. You can't do neighborhood work if you're not dealing with housing. But we would put the order differently and say this is primarily a neighborhood issue, because the legacy of all those practices shaped and formed neighborhoods to work perfectly as they're designed, to create the indicators and the challenges that we're seeing. That we have to think not just about how does housing get people housed, but how do neighborhoods allow people to thrive. So there's some research that's come around all of this, that more and more is coming out to recognize that the neighborhood is the essential unit of social change, not the individual. I mean, I know the kind of the American psyche is around individualism, right? The ruggedness or the commitment or the work ethic of the one person and how they get themselves out of whatever they're in, right? But the realization is our lives are determined socially. And neighborhoods have more to do with who we become and how we live than almost any other indicator we can point to. So that theory of change for us is no matter how many houses we build or how many units we create or how much affordability that we deal with, if we're not building a neighborhood ecosystem that's healthy, we've just made life a little better, more manageable, but we've not really changed the narrative. So just some fun maps to look at. All right, so this you may or may not be familiar with Atlanta, but I'm sure you're familiar with redlining. All right, so this is the map of Atlanta. So the grid lines, that's the city boundaries of Atlanta. The grid lines are our neighborhood planning units. So we have our neighborhoods. There are about 240 neighborhoods broken into 26 separate neighborhood planning units that work together, and they work with the city for their neighborhood. So that's the current neighborhood map overlaid by the redlining map that was created by the Homeowners Loan Corporation. As you can kind of see, so we're going to see some trends. You don't have to be a data analysis or a map junkie or whatever, because I'm not, and I understand these because they're colorful, right? So if you just know colors, you should be able to track with some of these maps that we're going to see. So notice that line that kind of cuts diagonally somewhat north-south of the city of Atlanta. So notice that line. Because this legacy, as you guys won't be surprised, hasn't gone away. Let's see, but the clicker has gone away. There it is. Okay, all right. So if you look at home ownership rates in the city of Atlanta, you can kind of see where that diagonal is. It gets way darker as you go up. It gets lighter as you come down. And that line is pretty similar to the one drawn back in the 30s, right? Also with vacancy, you can again see the darker it is the more vacancy. The lighter it is the less vacancies there. You can kind of see that diagonal line again. There we go. There we go. So these are things we expect. Okay, so that's not shocking, right? We know that redlining and the practices that went around that prevented affordable housing or access to quality housing. We totally not shocked to know, okay, yeah, even 50, 60, 70 years out, Okay, our cities are still following those lines when it comes to home ownership or vacancy and those kind of things. But what about educational outcomes on those same maps? All right, so think about student mobility, but in this case, mobility is a bad thing where kids are getting pulled out of school mid-school year and having to, because oftentimes because of housing, having to move schools in the middle of their school year. So again, you kind of see where that line is. The lighter the color, the less mobility. The darker the color, the more student mobility. High school graduation. See, I told you the colors were easy to follow, right? So you can be simple as me and figure out, oh, that's okay, that's dark and that's lighter. Bachelor's degree. You see that diagonal line. And I feel like internet's basically just a utility that's part of education at this point. So include this in our education framework. Again, you see that line taking place. So we might expect education, we might expect housing, but also thinking about income and employment. So the unemployment rate, the lighter it is, the less unemployment, the darker it is, the more unemployment. You see that line again. Living wages. AMI, or a median income. So the darker it is, you're getting to closer to $200,000 of median income. The lighter it is, you're getting closer to 18,000 annual median income. Benefits paid by your employer. See the line again? It went faster. Let's come back. There we go. Whether or not you have access to a car for transportation. If you've been to Atlanta, I'm sorry about the traffic. But surprisingly, look at the number of people that don't have a car to depend upon. But as a city, we are a car-dependent city. When a business is built, there are regulations in place to ensure you can account for the car traffic and the car parking, but there's not a regulation to force you to make sure you're connecting people to public transportation. So you see that there's that line continues, and the line continues here for people who have access to employment. So the darker it is, the longer your commute is going to have to be. All right, so housing, education, income, and employment. What about just physical health? How we're doing? All right, so this one is food access. And so what's really fascinating about this one is it's not just talking about who all has access to affordable, healthy groceries. This is saying if you are below the poverty line, are you less than a mile from affordable, healthy groceries? And so if you're above that diagonal line and it's darker, even as a low-income individual, you've got access to healthy, affordable foods. All right, below that line, you see it decrease significantly. Low birth weight. Children having to go to the ER for asthma-related concerns. And finally, life expectancy. How long do you get to live? So in many ways, we would say this is the same stuff, but a different day, unfortunately. That the neighborhoods that were the target of redlining were also the ones that suffered the most under the housing crisis in 2008. Post 2008, 50% of our neighborhood in historic South Atlanta was now vacant because of how hard neighborhoods like South Atlanta get hit by that. And today, those same neighborhoods are the target of some research we're doing, we're just calling equity theft. That over 65,000 homes have been bought up in Atlanta in the last decade by Wall Street or LLCs. Meaning for everybody, home ownership has decreased by about 1.5% in that time frame. But for our Black community, it's 4 times that decrease in that same time span, right? So the same neighborhoods that were redlined or dealt with the mortgage fraud are the same ones who are seeing properties taken. And the equity that could have been built for families, for generations, or for a neighborhood are now, the money's flowing out somewhere else. And so we see, so again, our big idea is that we're dealing with a neighborhood issue, that your neighborhood is connected to every indicator of life outcome, that where a child is born and where they're growing up, that the place has more to do with their outcomes than just about anything else. And that factors for, and we'll look at some data on this, whether you're from the same demographic background, ethnically, economically, you can put the same exact demographic profile in 2 separate neighborhoods and their lives will turn out radically different because of the neighborhood that they're in. So again, poverty is not inevitable, doesn't have to exist. And our cities are working, our neighborhoods are working the way they've been designed to work. And how do we do the work of redesigning them and shaping them in different kinds of ways? Alan Malik wrote a book called The Divided City, and he said the most urgent problem facing our cities is not crime or schools or housing, it's the economic and social divide that's splitting cities in two. I don't know that much about Tallahassee, but I had a little bit of a driving tour yesterday and heard something about narratives about the south side of the city. I don't know, maybe I misheard, but I think you may be dealing with some of the stuff we're seeing as well. That the unit of change isn't just the individual, right? When I first was kind of leaning into trying to figure out how to orient my life towards social good in the world and didn't know what that meant or what to do, I remember a lot of the narratives where the success story was getting that kid out of the hood, right? That was the narrative. We were like, get him a better education, mentor him, tutor him, support him, give him some resources, and get him out. Like that's the story we're trying to create. Versus saying, well, what is the thing we're getting out of, and who created that context? How do we change that context? The neighborhood, not the individual family, is the essential unit of social change that's got to reframe our approaches to work. So again, the big idea for FCS, it drives everything we do, and we do a ton of housing work. That probably takes up more energy and resources than anything else that we do, but we would still say our work is neighborhood work, not just housing work. And again, so what's interesting is this is not just, if you're rich in a rich neighborhood, of course you've got better outcomes versus being poor in a poor neighborhood. It's like, no. You can take the same demographic profile person, put them in two different neighborhoods, and their life outcomes are radically different. So this is Los Angeles and Watts, a neighborhood just less than 2 miles away from Compton, and look at the incarceration rates. And Watts is 44%, at Compton it's 6.2. Same people, same demographic correlations with radically different outcomes. Now, I don't know a lot about Tallahassee, so hold this very lightly. I don't like to present research to people's communities they're from and I'm not. So this is from Opportunity Insights, which you can Google on your own. I'm sure many of you are familiar with it already, done by Raj Chetty. And this, you can factor for any demographic profile you want to, and it will split it up by neighborhood units of the different outcomes people will experience. And so the one you're looking at now is specifically for low-income Black families. So it's their outcomes across neighborhoods. It's not just the average population at large. This is very specifically indicated towards that. Yep. Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting my clicker here. All right. There we go. All right. So this map that you're looking at, like I said, this is specifically demographically selected and the different life outcomes that would occur specifically around what your income will be by age 35. So take a 2-year-old and put that 2-year-old from the same demographic profile family, spread them out across the city of Tallahassee. By the time they're 35, this is the different incomes, and the darker blue you get, the more money it is. The darker red you get, the less. And so I know this is. I'm also about to create a big mistake here because I know that names of neighborhoods are owned very. This is just what Google said. So I didn't name these neighborhoods. I'm sure there's probably a better, more accurate name for this. But you take these two adjacent neighborhoods, take the same demographic profile child, and if they're in, at least what Google said is San Louis, is that anywhere close to what it actually? There we go. 42,000 will be their income by age 35 versus in Chapel Ridge, 15,000. And that's not the averages for all populations. That's a specific profile of person. So what we're not saying is fair housing, not a big deal. No, we are working aggressively every day to be as innovative and creative as possible to solve for this massive affordable housing crisis that exists in our city. And we've been working hard and differently for over 45 years at this point, working on these very things. And we would say, yes, absolutely. I don't know if there will ever not be enough, right? This is not going away. But we would say the big idea is, can we do that with a neighborhood lens, right? That getting someone housed, as vital as that is not as important as getting them placed and stable in a community and letting that community bring about the flourishing that they deserve to experience. So I'm gonna kick back over to Marvin. And he's going to talk a little bit about how FCS as an organization, how we're doing this practically in our community of historic South Atlanta.
So, good morning again. And I'll tell you, you all probably got all kind of stuff out of that presentation, right? Very eye-opening, but probably the most important thing for me that I've gotten out of this so far is the next time we do this, I'm going first.
Good, good, good.
Because, yeah, I'm going first. So, thank you for having us here. And Sean touched on a lot of key information, right? A lot of key information that we use to drive the work that we do at FCS, right? And oftentimes, even in the neighborhood of historic South Atlanta where we work, we hear people say, we need to get out of this neighborhood, need to get out of this neighborhood, or being told you need to get out of this neighborhood if you are going to have a better life, right? And I'm sure you probably hear that same narrative being spoken here in Tallahassee. But what the data shows you is that moving to a different neighborhood doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have better life outcomes, right? And across same demographics, pretty much the same outcomes in these different neighborhoods, right? And so let me just share with you FCS. Our mission is partner with under-resourced neighborhoods to provide innovative and holistic development that promotes flourishing communities and God's shalom. Sean, what's God's shalom?
Holistic well-being.
I don't want people to think we go to church every single day at work and we pass the offering plate. So, Sean,
Yeah, we think poverty would be solved by resources, and when it's not about getting someone wealthier, it's about holistic, comprehensive well-being that's sustainable for all people.
just at the end of the day, it just means we recognize that we're doing God's work. Okay? Thank you. So oftentimes people, and we don't try to hide it. We're doing God's work. And oftentimes when we say it, some people put their head down, they're going to start passing around the offering tray and some tithing envelopes and all of that. So I don't want you to get that idea. That's what we do. We're doing God's work. We do it using these core values: neighboring, dignity, and development. Neighboring, dignity, and development. So today, based upon what you've heard so far today, on 55th anniversary of the passage of the Fair Housing Act, what if I asked you, think a little differently about what fair housing means or what fair housing looks like? Think a little bigger. Because I think the data shows us that just because you put a person in a house doesn't mean that it's fair. And that is the challenge that we try to issue everywhere we go. In our own neighborhood in South Atlanta, and around the country and other places where we have this conversation. I can tell you, Marvin Nesbitt grew up in rural South Carolina, had every house I ever lived in was in a certain neighborhood, under-resourced neighborhood. And I can tell you that it wasn't fair because of my own personal life outcomes. It wasn't until we finally moved into a neighborhood where people actually started investing into the neighborhood, those key resources and services that my family needed, right? So just because we put people in a house doesn't necessarily mean it's fair. Do we need housing? Absolutely need housing every single day, every single person, right? So what if I ask you, think a little bigger as you go about these conversations today for the remainder of these sessions, and as you leave this room, continue the conversation around fair housing, we ask you to consider place-based neighborhood, or looking through the lens of neighborhood, place-based neighborhood, and building healthier neighborhoods, which also includes housing. Because what we know is home is health, right? Home is health. Every researcher that you probably read comes to the same conclusion. We've done a good job of, whenever we hear the term fair housing, we instantly go to regulation. We go straight to the regulation, which says housing people by ensuring that they're not discriminated against. Well, I would submit to you that some of the housing that we do provide is discriminatory. And of course, again, those maps show us that it is. So we know that zip codes determine what our life outcomes are going to be. This is because of the factors associated with the social determinants of health, in which Nicole is probably very familiar with, right? So healthy and unhealthy neighborhood conditions are going to lead to disturbing outcomes, and they're not distributed randomly. Residents of high poverty neighborhoods, again, as you know, are more likely to live in substandard housing. Again, we wouldn't call that fair. So instead of thinking housing, we ask you to think again about neighborhoods, empowering neighborhoods to thrive. How? Holistic health and wellness through greater racial equity, as well as growing economic mobility. And at FCS, when we're on our mission, this is what we are doing. This is the way we have decided to view fair housing in historic South Atlanta. And instead of, again, just thinking housing. So at FCS, we operate under 4 pillars. 1, neighborhood engagement, affordable housing, mixed income housing, economic development, and also training and development. Consulting and training. When we started in historic South Atlanta 20 years ago, we had a neighborhood where our home ownership rates were at 10%. Nearly 40% of the buildings in the neighborhood were vacant or blighted. And then we had probably the largest food desert in the city of Atlanta. Today, home ownership has risen to 60% in the neighborhood. Also, 15% of the buildings, only 15% of the buildings remain vacant and blighted. And we've addressed or implemented a solution to solve the food desert that we call carbon market. And I'll share a little bit about that with you in a moment. Back to this home ownership number, and I don't want you to think that this number represents the number of non-Black and brown people who have moved into the neighborhood. Our neighborhood currently is just shy of about 2,000 residents. 93% of them are Black, okay? And so what we are doing is transforming that neighborhood with our legacy residents in place. So just to give you an idea, kind of what our neighborhood engagement looks like, we believe in inviting all of our neighborhoods to the table. as we work to help connect them to the services and resources that they need, as well as helping them with building capacity to find solutions for themselves to some of the challenges and issues that they may have. So what you see up here is just some food co-op program that we have. In the middle is like one of our capacity building training sessions that we do with neighborhood residents. Uh, our mobile banking program, trying to help people get banked in partnership with PNC Bank, and also helping the kids with building healthy relationships. Here's an example of what affordable housing and mixed income housing looks like in historic South Atlanta today. We just had a ribbon cutting on our first low-income housing tax credit project, an 84 unit apartment community where 71 of those units are affordable at between 30 and 60%, 65% AMI in that community. We actually built over 200 houses, single family homes in that neighborhood over the past 20 years. There are approximately 720 total single family lots in the neighborhood. 720 lots, 520 of those are zoned for single family, and we have acquired approximately 22% of those lots that we use to build affordable single family homes and rental. We're not selling homes for $400,000. We're not turning a profit. All of those homes are thank you. All of those homes are affordable for legacy residents or rental residents, as well as those who want to come and be a part of the neighborhood. In fact, our president, Jim, if he was here, he kind of fights me whenever I talk about having to, because of construction costs, we may have to raise the price of the homes a little bit. And he says, Marvin, that's just not gonna happen here. So we also have found some creative ways to ensure affordability by doing accessory dwelling units. So here's something interesting. So what we do, we may sell a home to one of our residents in the neighborhood at an affordable rate. So in order to help that individual continue to build wealth, we also build, oh, how did that happen? We also build accessory dwelling units on their lot that they can rent out to generate income to ensure that the home remains affordable to them and that they can afford it and remain in the neighborhood. In terms of sometimes we have lots that are large enough and we can put multiple accessory dwelling units on that lot and we can rent them out at affordable rates. And so we're trying to be really creative in how we maintain affordability in the neighborhood. And then you see up here some of our single family homes and one of our rental units that we are developing. And all of this work is done in-house. We develop these homes ourselves. And what you see here on the left, again, I talked about solving or a solution for the food desert. For 8 years, we have owned and operated what's called the Carbon Market, which is a grocery store in the neighborhood. It's about 3,000 square feet of grocery where residents, most of them who live in the neighborhood, they walk to the grocery store, get their fresh produce and other items. And this year, we're tracking this year to hit for the first time $1 million in sales in the neighborhood. The beauty in that is that we don't charge typical or normal grocery store prices. We don't have the markup on them. Everything that we do is affordable. And that is what makes the residents come and visit us. What you see in the middle is our coffee shop that we've opened up in the neighborhood and also operate. So to give you an example of affordability, you go to Starbucks, how much? I'm not a coffee drinker, even though we do this. How much does a Starbucks cup of coffee cost? $7. You can get a cup of coffee in our cafe for $1. And that's how we maintain affordability. What you see on the right side of this, I mean, for you.
You make a L, that's your
Yeah,
left, and then
yes, that. I hate bringing this guy here. So you see a rendering of our next project that we are about to erect in the neighborhood. This is a multi-use project. The brick building that you see would be a restaurant. We're building out a white box restaurant. And we haven't identified an operator yet, but the goal is to find a minority operator who we can incentivize through maybe lower rent to ensure that they maintain lower prices on their menu so that our residents can participate in this opportunity. And in the back of that restaurant, there is a sixplex and a 12plex, total 18 units, in which 12 would be affordable at 65% AMI. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Sean to talk about how we measure and track our progress in our efforts, which is extremely important for us.
thanks, Mark. I don't know what you wrote about me on there, but felt insulting, whatever that was. So one of the things we have learned over the years is that most measurements for success for organizations like ours do a couple of things, both of which are important, but neither of which were kind of scratching the itch that we had. One was just kind of measure the activity of an organization. How many units you're building, how many cups of coffee selling, et cetera. This is all the work that's happening. And other measurements are a little more savvy, and they actually get at the impact of those activities. What actual life changes are happening in a community based on that work. And again, we say both of those valuable to measure, and we do also measure those. But for us, because if you remember our big idea, this is a neighborhood issue, not just a housing one or a jobs one or whatever else. We're like, well, we want to measure the health of our neighborhood, and not just in the categories where we're working. So we have a great partner who's doing a lot of great work in education, but that is not our lane, and we're not doing anything actively, programmatically. We don't staff to deal with education. But we know you can't build a thriving neighborhood without dealing with education, right? But we were committed to saying we've got to measure the full health of this neighborhood, kind of irrespective of us at all, right? What is the pulse and health of this neighborhood? And so for about 10 years, we've been developing and redeveloping a tool that we call the Flourishing Neighborhood Index, which for us is a commitment to say, how do we measure the health of this neighborhood based on the boundaries of that neighborhood? For any of the data geeks out here who are way smarter than I am, you know that most data sets you can get a hold of at best are census tract or census blocks. It's about as low as you can get to the ground. Well, South Atlanta's like cut in half by 2 zip codes. It's cut in half by different census tracts. Like, so if you were to say, well, what's the unemployment rate on census tract, whatever, we say, hey, that doesn't give us any guidance on how to work with South Atlanta based on that, because that includes a whole bunch of people that we will never interact with. So we've got to figure out how to draw the boundaries of the neighborhood and measure health there, and not just measure it from some publicly available data set, but measure it based on the lived experience of neighbors themselves. So these 12 indicators that we use to gauge neighborhood health are measured based on the input of what people in the neighborhood are saying. So neighbors are hired, paid, trained to survey their neighbors who are also paid to participate in the process, right? So every 2 to 3 years, we're going through this to measure where are we as a neighborhood? And then this data sits before our neighborhood civic league. It doesn't just go into the boardroom of the nonprofit FCS. It goes before the civic league, the neighborhood, to say, hey, this is what you all have said to one another about this neighborhood. What does it mean? Let's make meaning out of this information. Let's make decisions about our future together. Because for us, if we break it down into just 3 pieces, a healthy neighborhood has 1, social cohesion. One of the most represented focus areas for the kind of work that we do. The socially cohesive neighborhoods are going to be stronger, more resilient, and produce healthier outcomes. There's some recent research coming out about like one of the great indicators of income mobility is, are you connected with people from a different income bracket than you are? So you can build mixed income housing, but if people in those housing never talk to one another, well, you didn't build a neighborhood, you just built housing, right? And so he talked about the ribbon cutting of Haven, that development. We're putting people in a couple of those apartments to make sure that the community of Haven stays connected to each other and stays woven into the neighborhood. You guys know as much as I would or anyone that like once you build a complex, it's on its mini community to itself. It doesn't have to be that way. That's a design question, right? That you can design the fabric to be connected. So social cohesion for us is more important than even the other two, even though the other two are vital as well. Is that we have one of our directors, one of our key lead staff persons, neighborhood engagement. So what she's doing day in and day out is just being with and amongst people. Half of our staff live in historic South Atlanta. We are committed. Marvin mentioned our values. Our first one is neighboring. These are not clients. These are not people. These are not social problems. These are neighbors, right, that we know by name and we live life with. We don't just serve or build things for, right? So social cohesion for us is this really powerful component. The other one is economic vitality. Are we building a living, breathing economic life in the neighborhood? Is that about jobs? Yes. Is it about businesses? Yes. Is it about local economy? Yes. But it has more to do with a sense of identity and connectedness within the neighborhood, right? To have a main street. People talk about main streets being that main artery of the heart in any kind of neighborhood that flows life and connects residents in the neighborhood. So for us, social cohesion, economic vitality, and finally, structural integrity. Just the built environment, the shape of the neighborhood, and how does that allow a neighborhood to stay connected to itself and the rest of the neighborhood? So if you visit South Atlanta, which you have an invitation to come and do, we host people all the time for tours of the neighborhood. Our western border is what we call in Atlanta the connector, which means the two major interstates. I'm not causing trauma for anyone who's driven through Atlanta recently. So 75 and 85 come together right in the middle of the city. That's the connector. So that's the western boundary of our neighborhood. Eastern boundary of our neighborhood is railroad track, right? Again, our cities we designed that to work that way, right? So there's a structural integrity problem with our neighborhood that's getting cut off from resources and access to the rest of the city. And how do we redo that, right? That there's major industrial plants that take up a large percentage of the footprint of our neighborhood. And we've been working that when that business sells, it will no longer be zoned industrial because we can't have a third of this neighborhood's footprint with recycling plants and tow yards, right? And so we're looking at not just how do we get people housed or how do we get people employed, how do we have a neighborhood ecosystem that breathes life into anyone who's a part of it, regardless of your income level, right? You can be at any income and be in a neighborhood that supports a thriving life, right? And so this tool for us is how do we go about measuring the health of a neighborhood and shaping our work based on what that says, right? So I'll end with this. You know, we've advocated for whether you're in housing or whether you're in economic development, whatever your role is in this city or the community where you're working, we've advocated take a neighborhood lens to do it. It's not that education or housing or economic development is not important. These are all vital, right? But we would always, how do you do those with a neighborhood lens? This is how we would say what that means. First of all, it's about a place. Can you identify, are you just talking about the region, the city, the community, these kind of generic amorphous terms, or have you identified a very specific place with a specific and unique history and identity? And are you kind of submitting yourselves to the beauty of that story and leaning into it to learn it, to be shaped by it? It can be easy to kind of Google data, well, where's poverty or whatever, and well, we know affordable housing is important and just kind of start building stuff. One of the things we have to, because we host people regularly in South Atlanta to let them tour the neighborhood and see the work that we're doing, one of the things we're always worried about is that someone will go do exactly what we're doing. Now, that could sound like a compliment, but for us, we'd say, no. Like, what we've done is a result of a healthy process of being committed to a place. This works here because we're committed to the place here. But if you just drop that in somebody else's neighborhood, it may be a disaster. I don't know. So we would have, let's follow process more than the exact product, right? Because number two, a neighborhood lens means it'll be about people. If you don't know the names of the people who are supposed to benefit from what you're building, that's not a neighborhood lens. Do they know you, right? I mean, it'd be hard to disprove that a development like Haven with those 84 units is a bad idea. It'd be hard to find any data to say, oh, you shouldn't do that in a neighborhood like South Atlanta. All the evidence is stacked that it should be done. But for us, we would submit to the will of the neighborhood. And we had that idea uh, over a decade ago, but it just got cut 2 weeks ago, the ribbon, because there was not a will in the neighborhood for that kind of development yet. We waited. Um, and when the neighbor said, yeah, now's the time, let's do this, right? Then we move forward. So it's about people, about being proximate to them. If you walk the streets in the places where you're doing this development, are you known, right? And do you know them? Is there trust? You know, one of the mantras at FCS that you'll hear and see regularly is you can't outpace trust. Change happens at the pace of trust. You can build faster than trust, but if you're looking for change, trust is your pace, right? So it's about places, about people. It's also about partnership. If you notice in our mission statement, we partner with neighborhoods, meaning we didn't come into South Atlanta because we were developers and it was a neighborhood that needed it. There's a civic lead that had long existed in the neighborhood that said, will you come and work with us? We don't work in neighborhoods we're not invited to be in or to work in. And all along the way, always recognizing that we have to be in submission to the will of that neighborhood. Also meaning by partnership, we're committed to a holistic model, but we can't do everything. And so building these really strategic partnerships that will follow us as we follow the neighborhood doing this long-term work. And the final thing is the neighborhood lens results in power. If people are more housed but don't feel a greater sense of agency and control over their future and their neighborhood, it's not a neighborhood lens. It's just a housing lens, right? That the muscle that we want to see built is power within and from within that community. Some of my friends have helped me to see, who've experienced what it means to be a low-income person, what it means to be vulnerable by the systems around you. So you know what it's like to be poor. Like you wake up every day, someone takes you to the edge of a cliff and they push you. In the last second, they grab your shirt and pull you back. And that's your daily life. Now, there's something interesting. The person who pushed them was trying to do them ill will. The person who brought them back was doing good for them. But in both scenarios, they didn't have control. So we can do good work that still does not build control or build agency or build power at a neighborhood level. So when we talk about a neighborhood lens, these are the kind of questions we're asking ourselves. And we're keeping ourselves, I feel like we're a pretty healthy in the sense that we have a strong sense of self-critique, that we wrestle through these things on a regular basis of, are we staying true to this lens of it being about neighborhood? Thank you guys for letting us be a part of this conversation. It's an honor to be with you guys today.
Wow. That's all I can say is wow. This is fantastic. I am blown away. I really am. I really, really am. So this is our Q&A time. So I'm gonna walk around with this mic and I see Talithia has her hand up.
Sure. So let me just first say, yeah, we have come a long way, but we still have a long way to go. I don't see us working ourselves out of a job for a long time. Yeah. Sean just finished talking about the partnerships, which are key. Um, everything that we do, we take to the neighborhood. We present it to the neighborhood. And we want to understand what their appetite is. Now I can tell you when we first went to the neighborhood about accessory dwelling units, because they had such a bad or a negative connotation years ago, there wasn't a strong appetite for it. But then it started to be talked about in a way or in a context of affordability. And then all of a sudden, the appetite began to change. And so that was the first start for us. The second thing was for us, again, I talked about we acquired a number of single family lots in the neighborhood, over 22% of those lots. Some of those we build on, some we decide, well, this is a challenging lot. Sometimes I look at the lot like, why the hell did we buy this? Or who made that decision, right? And so, rather than just sit on these lots that we already have a financial investment in as a small nonprofit, that's it's not good when you're holding that asset and it's not, you have that investment. And so, we decided that we would partner with a developer who specializes in tiny homes and accessory dwelling units, and he'd say, "Hey, we have these lots. Uh, what do you think?" And all of a sudden, they come back with stuff that we never even thought about, right? The residents developed the appetite. We found someone who could help us create a vision for what that looked like, and we married the two together, and we come with these ideas for accessory dwelling units. And I laugh because the last civic association meeting that I attended last month, there was a resident who asked me, like, when am I gonna get one of them little units in my yard? Right. So the appetite is just completely changing. I can't help. You know what I'm talking about, Miss Betty? She does there. Oh, I'm sorry. I ain't doing it.
Can you recording?
Yeah, cut the mic, cut the mic. So, but now everybody wants a unit because they see it as a way to help them with the one building wealth. And this is the thing about home ownership. People, no matter where you go around the country, I don't care what conference you go to around when the folks are talking about affordable housing, everybody says, "Oh, home ownership is the way to build generational wealth." Right? And that's true. However, you have to also ask the question, has that really been the case? And I would submit to you, the answer to that is no, right? Because oftentimes our home ownership programs around the country, what we do is we'll help low-income individuals secure and move into a house, but we never take them the next step. We never teach them how to use that home as a tool to generate wealth, right? And so that is one of the things. So that is what, again, fair housing looks like for us. So we're using the accessory dwelling model to teach our residents in the neighborhood how to generate additional wealth, right? Using those ADUs.
Any other questions? All right. I'm coming.
Good morning. My name is T. Thompson. I'm a real estate developer here in North Florida. And one of my questions, I wanted to get some insight in regards to how do you structure your financial department within your not-for-profit? So my specific question is, what departments are key if you are traveling this road of community development and you have to tackle that time management and partnership in that financial area? What does that look like for your department? Are they focused in, oh, I want to know. Are they focused in on the government agencies that support these type of developments? Are they focused in on private investments? Like, what's that ratio look like in your financial department? Thank you.
Yeah. So earlier I said when people see the word God Shalom, they think that we're going to start passing around the offering plate and tithing envelope. Truth of the matter, we beg everybody. Right. So there is no specific uh, financial structure or financing model that we use. We make pitches. Right now, on the Brownsville Point project, the restaurant and the mixed use project that we call Brownsville Point. Right, I'm in the process now with our president of pitching that to the city, our housing development authority, which is called Invest Atlanta, the city, a number of different CDFIs, Lyft, LISC. We applied for some state funding and received it. So anybody, what we typically do is we try to sell a mission to these financial institutions. Our mayor has issued a challenge creating 20,000 affordable housing units in the city of Atlanta during his term. And the great thing is in the city, a number of people and organizations and their financial institutions have bought into that challenge. And so right now, we have folks just ready to help us with financing on these deals right now. And so, in fact, there's Jim, our president, and I, we were having a conversation about one. I won't call any names this time. We said, well, I think we can afford to turn that one away. And again, because affordable housing is a huge issue. But to your question, we don't have a specific financing model. We're going after everybody who believes in the mission.
Good morning. My name is Antoine Wright. I'm the executive director for Big Bend Habitat here. My question was, in the beginning, you started off with a number of graphs on the GIS system that essentially mapped systemic disadvantages. In that process, have y'all gotten into any of the there's a group in Chicago called Mapping Prejudice. And so they've taken that exact data set and then projected that over existing zoning, secure like RP1, and shown how that is still continued. Have y'all gotten into that work? And second part of that question is, if so, what participation or things had to be done or changed in terms of current zoning in your area to do any of the work that y'all have been doing?
And Sean, before you answer that question, you just reminded me of something. Sean and I, we flew in yesterday and we heard the term Big Bend for the first time. We were looking for a river that bend.
You talking about the whole state bending, huh? We were thinking too small.
Yeah, we didn't know you were talking about the whole state.
I was like, I don't see a river in the Tallahassee. I don't know what's bending over here.
Sean pulled it up on his phone. He was looking for the river.
Oh, thanks for making me feel like an idiot, Marvin.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, we are just now starting a partnership with Georgia Tech to do similar type research. We're trying to locate it again at a neighborhood footprint. So, Georgia Tech's research has formed what AJC, our newspaper, has been talking about recently about the number of Wall Street and LLCs have been just gobbling up properties across Atlanta. So we were kind of curious, like, well, can we get at that data, but get it at a neighborhood level and actually get a number? Like how many thousands, millions, whatever equity has been stolen from this neighborhood, right? And being able to figure out, especially since the housing crisis of 08 forward, and to draw a direct link, like redlining all the way forward, this is where we are going to be able to take that number to say, hey, over the last 15 years, this is the equity loss in this neighborhood based on these practices. So we're just now leaning into that, just now trying to get that started to say, is there a way to measure it and measure at a neighborhood level, not just a regional level or a metro level? Because there can be because they have calculated numbers at Atlanta Metro, but good grief, that's quite a different bunch of folk, right, across that size of footprint. So, yeah, we're trying to lean into some of that to figure out how to name it, use that.
And to your second question regarding rezoning, there are times when we have to go through the process of rezoning, and Lord Jesus, we hate that because our city kind of moves at the pace of molasses sometimes. But yeah, so sometimes we may, we just buy up the land, right, or secure the land. And if we want to put single family on it, it may be zoned for some other use. We do have to go through that process from time to time. And our mixed use development, uh, it was that is that is actually about, I think it's 5 different lots uh, that we kind of assembled together there. So we have to go through and rezone it and get it rezoned into one address as well. So depending upon what our use or planned use for it is, it may require us to go through that process.
All right, any other questions? Yes. I have a question while before Angela, and that is, how has housing policy informed your work, local, state?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question because and hopefully not to offend anyone, but sometimes bureaucrats just make me sick. And oftentimes,
Tell us how you feel, Marvin. We'll be honest.
and hopefully Brother Richardson does that. Brother Richardson does that. Now, so no, it's oftentimes, bureaucrats, they sit and develop policy that without thinking about all of the impacts or even actually caring about the impacts that it may have on the people they have been elected to serve. And so what we do is instead, um, we always find ourselves having to find a way around a lot of the housing policies that we know have been put in place that may disenfranchise the residents that we serve in our community. And so it creates oftentimes a lot of hard work for us, a lot of having to advocate and be advocates for the issues that we're seeking to address. And and I can assure you, we are an organization that's built of individuals who don't mind speaking out, because we're always talking and sometimes fighting each other, uh, around some of these specific housing policies. So oftentimes they do create challenges for us, and we always have to figure out ways to work around some of these issues.
So you talked about the 10-year journey to actually have the ribbon cutting ceremony. So my question to you is, what tools did you put in place to ensure that the ribbon cutting actually happened, given that you have a transition in employees and processes? What did you do to make sure that you brought that dream to fruition?
Yeah, if you the number 3 on there about partnership, like I feel like in the weeds of it every day, sometimes I don't have the get up above it and see what everything. So the great thing about the ribbon cutting was when they started listing all the different, I was like, oh yeah, there were dozens of different partners from high level, investors that work across the country to local church, right? I mean, there's and this rung of partnerships between all of that. And I would say probably one of the most crucial pieces of all that is just the neighborhood engagement side, just staying deeply, deeply involved. Because as soon as the land that was used for a couple generations was just a kudzu desert. I mean, I was shocked. I was more shocked about the kudzu being removed than the buildings being built. I was like, I didn't know it was possible to without a nuclear weapon to take out that much kudzu over 5 different lots. But really just that level of just being super committed around, because as soon as those bulldozers start moving dirt, nervousness kind of pops up in the neighborhood. And I think just staying at that level was really crucial, and just being able to be from state level down to hyper local level and just managing all that in between is what I think got able to get us there. Yeah.
And the beauty in that, on that day was to hear some of the residents talk about what that apartment community meant to them today, and how it changed their lives already. And they've only been in it for a couple of months. And so that was actually the beauty of that day. I mean, we had the mayor, and county, state commissioners, state representatives, and everything. I couldn't hear anything they said over what those residents told us in terms of how this development has changed their lives.
Good morning. My name is Patricia Fletcher Edwards, and I'm with NID Housing Counseling Agency. We're a national HUD intermediary, and I'm a HUD housing counselor. And my concern is sustainability and getting potential tenants ready for affordability. How did you work? Did you work with housing counseling agencies? What method did you use to, and are you using to ensure sustainability over the long, that the house that they get, they're able to keep over the long term, and those that need to get built up to acquire that need down payment assistance, so on and so forth?
Great question. So you talk about housing counseling. We certainly see that as a very critical component of the work that we do, so much so that we hired our own internal housing counselor. And she does home ownership counseling with those who are potentially in the pipeline for home ownership, and those who are interested in becoming homeowners. And so she's working to connect them with all of the various home ownership down payment assistance programs and resources, as well as doing post-purchase counseling with them, helping them understand what options and opportunities are available to them that will help them with maintaining their home. We're also working with a number of partners in the community to help get people in the neighborhood connected to various upward mobility skills training programs and jobs. And we also do some things our own. For example, in our coffee shop, as well as in our Carver Market, these are all neighborhoods that work and live in the neighborhood. We hire from the neighborhood. We're putting out an RFP for our general contractor for our Brownsville Point development. So we're providing extra points for those who can submit a strategy for hiring residents from the neighborhood to work on these projects. So everything that we do is about ensuring that the residents who live in the neighborhood are able to participate either socially, economically, or any other way that they see fit.
Any other questions? One more question if there is one.
I think that so in the very back, there was a hand up.
In the very back, okay. There's a mic right there. All right.
Hi, my name's Aaliyah. I'm with Leon County Housing Services. So I just had a question actually about in the neighborhoods, how do you guys deal with the homeless population? Because that is something that is, big in our area, in the lower socioeconomic parts of the neighborhoods, where they might not have housing or they're sleeping on the streets. What does it look like for you guys to clean that up and, find somewhere for them to live?
Yeah. So, and I don't want this to sound harsh or anything, because it we're not a homeless organization. But what we do is, whenever we do encounter residents in the neighborhood that are homeless, we work to try to connect them with organizations who specialize in addressing issues of homelessness. And that's through our local continuum of care, which is at the Gateway Center. We try to get them connected to those homeless services. And once, if they are able to come back to us and ready to be housed, we certainly invite them to be housed in the communities and try to assist them any way we can with providing housing through either our home ownership or rental program.
Just in the location of South Atlanta hasn't had a high concentration of people who are chronically street homeless. If you go about a mile north of a neighborhood closer into the heart of downtown, you'll see it being a lot more prevalent there. Based on our model, if we were in a place where it's a lot more prevalent, we would immediately have to say, well, who's going to solve? How do we solve for this and not just resource it? How do we do development and not just relief? And what we've seen in our neighborhood is it had a lot more to do with really that 50 to 80% AMI was the massive gap, right? Like there's a lot of services or folks that are kind of working kind of below that AMI gap, and healthy neighborhoods need attention at every rung of that AMI level, right? And so we were recognizing 20 years ago, the biggest gap was in that like 50 to 80%. If this is going to be a neighborhood that we deal with all the vacancy that's there and begin to rebuild that fabric, that's where, and so we've been in that zone for most of the 20 years that we've been there, but that's mostly because we're place-based, context-based. It's whatever the issues are is going to drive what we do. So with that, because it's not a dominant thing, we just do a lot of partnering with those that, and our stores are a very welcoming space. Like anybody and everybody shops there, and everybody hangs out and has coffee there. That's why we keep the prices affordable. And it's a deep value of our economic development team to make it hospitable for whoever walks through those doors.
Well, I'm definitely stopping by Carter's Market.
Come on.
Come on.
I want to thank you, gentlemen, for this great kickoff to our Fair Housing Conference today. Will y'all give them a round of applause, please? All right, at this time, we're going to transition to session 1, which will start in about 10 minutes. So you have a little break. Be back. Welcome back. So for those of you who are not familiar with, I'm going to take this time to do a shameless plug, Conversations with Nicole. That is my talk show that is on Facebook, on YouTube, and on the Greater Works Network on Roku. I have my own channel on Roku TV called Greater Works Network, Greater Works, then these shall ye do. And so I am on live on Mondays and Wednesdays at 8:30 p.m. and my focus is on mental health and wellness in Black and Brown communities. And so the thought is that there is no health without mental health. And so we all need to be meeting with a counselor or a therapist on an annual basis, bare minimum on an annual basis. Just like you go get an annual physical, you need to go get an annual checkup, mental health checkup. I call it getting a checkup from the neck up. So I want to encourage everyone in this room to connect with a counselor or a therapist. And if you need help identifying someone, talk to me. I can connect you with some resources. Mental health is so important in everything in life. All the things we're talking about today all starts with mindset. Mindset. So as folks are coming back into the room, how are you enjoying this thus far? Yes. So I'm gonna poll the rule a little bit. How many bankers do we have in the room? Raise your hand. All right. What about real estate agents? Okay. Look, we got the row right here. Okay. What about any insurance providers? Okay. All right. What about any nonprofits? Okay. All right. Very good. And any government agencies or entities or staff persons? Okay. A few. Okay. Good. Very good. All right. So it's a mix of folks here from all different sectors, but all passionate about fair housing, affordable housing, and equality and equity. All right. We are going to move along to our first session, which is on what you should know about homeowners and renters insurance. And so our very special guest is Miss Tasha Carter. Tasha is actually from the West Palm Beach area, and she moved to Tallahassee to attend the Florida State University. Any no's in the house? All right, very good. So she joined the Department of Financial Services in 2003 and previously served as the director of the Division of Consumer Services for nearly 9 years, where she led a team of more than 100 professionals who advocated and assisted more than 300,000 insurance consumers annually. In this role, Ms. Carter tirelessly advocated for Florida's insurance consumers by engaging with the insurance industry, promoting education, and working closely with Chief Financial Officer Jimmy Patronis. Additionally, Ms. Carter also spearheaded the CFO's outreach initiatives to promote financial education for all Floridians. I love that. Ms. Carter currently serves as Florida's Insurance Consumer Advocate, or ICA, and in this role, she is committed to using her 20 years of insurance experience to find consumer focused policy solutions and ensure consumers' interests are represented when insurance decisions are made. Can we get a reduction in the cost of insurance? Because it seems like everything went up. Anyway, that's a sidebar. Ms. Carter's professional experience includes 20 years of leadership, professional responsibility, and broad experience in regulation, consumer advocacy, and education and outreach. She is an avid FSU fan and supporter. She earned her bachelor's degree in criminal justice. She originally wanted to be an attorney. And her first job in high school, this is a fun fact, was working at McDonald's. It taught her responsibility, dependability, and importance of not only doing a job, but going above and beyond and being the best she can be. So y'all help me welcome Miss Tasha Carter. And real quick housekeeping note, I need everyone to silence their phone. Silence your phone. All right. Tasha.
Good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me okay without the mic? Okay, perfect. Well, my name is Tasha Carter, and I am Florida's Insurance Consumer Advocate, and I am very proud to serve as your Insurance Consumer Advocate. And I want to thank Chair Hamlet and Ms. Robinson for the invitation to be able to speak at today's conference. This is a treat for me because I speak with insurance consumers on a daily basis who oftentimes don't understand anything about insurance. And so, of course, to them, insurance is just a foreign term. And even though we have to have it in several different aspects of our lives, it really, really is a struggle for just common, ordinary people to be able to understand insurance and how it works. So having the opportunity to be here today with you, to be able to speak directly to you, to share an overview of insurance, not only homeowners insurance, but renters insurance as well, and to answer all of your questions about insurance is just really a treat. And when you think about fair housing, oftentimes I think the concept that we most think about right off the bat is affordable housing. And what most times people fail to realize or think about when you are discussing affordable housing is insurance. Because of course, the cost and the expense of insurance can definitely lead to unaffordable housing. And so I definitely want to take the time today to go through what insurance is and to answer your questions and really delve into how insurance works so that you're more knowledgeable and aware of what to look for when you are selecting insurance, the importance and the benefits of having insurance, your rights as an insurance policyholder, and then, of course, how the home that you select can also impact your insurance options as well. Okay. But before we jump into today's presentation, if you will indulge me for just a few moments, I would like to share an overview of my role and responsibilities as Florida's Insurance Consumer Advocate. Now, before today's presentation, or before you saw the announcement of my session at today's conference, how many of you were aware that the state had an insurance consumer advocate? Just one, Karen. And that's why it's important for me to attend these types of events so that you are aware that my office does exist. And so I often refer to my office as one of the state's best kept secrets because, as I just said, most insurance consumers don't even know that I exist. And so, since my appointment to this position in 2019 by Florida's Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Jimmy Petronas, I've really worked diligently to try to raise the statewide profile and exposure of my office so that insurance consumers are aware that I am here to advocate on their behalf and to ensure that their interests are represented. And so the Office of the Insurance Consumer Advocate was actually created by the Florida legislature in 1992. And the insurance consumer advocate position is actually appointed by the state's chief financial officer. And so while I report directly to the CFO, I work independently from the department and the other offices that he oversees. I serve Floridians by really actively engaging with insurance consumers and working with insurance industry stakeholders to really identify consumer-focused solutions on all insurance matters. I also work closely with CFO Petronas and our Florida's insurance commissioner to review insurance rates and form filings and to review proposed legislation that may impact insurance consumers. Additionally, I also make specific reports and findings and recommendations to the Department of Financial Services, as well as the Office of Insurance Regulation. I also seek public input and I help to develop legislation that is going to protect and serve the interests of Florida's insurance consumers. And so with all of those duties and responsibilities, I really like to term my role as the voice for Florida's insurance consumers. Now, as a consumer representative, to me, if I can change the slide. Oh. Okay. As a consumer representative, I believe that affordable and quality insurance products and services are really a necessity for all Floridians. And so as such, my vision truly centers around three primary principles. The first is balancing Florida's insurance market, wanting to make sure that the market is valuable, competitive, accessible, and affordable. Also, identifying trends and improving market practices. And I do that by reviewing market reports, consumer complaints, and engaging with industry stakeholders. And then also representing consumers' interests through insurance rate and form filings by gathering information and collaborating with the Office of Insurance Regulation. And so another important goal of mine really, and today really helps to illustrate that, is expanding and increasing the education and awareness for insurance consumers, making sure that insurance consumers have the information and the knowledge that they need to be able to make informed insurance decisions. And so I personally believe that an educated, informed consumer can really be their own best advocate. So as I said earlier, today is the perfect opportunity to be able to speak directly to you as insurance consumers and answer your questions. And my goal today is that you leave here more knowledgeable, more aware, and are armed with the information for you to be able to make informed decisions. So thank you for that brief detour. And now that I've shared an overview of my role and responsibilities, I am going to transition into talking about the importance of homeowners insurance and renters insurance. Okay. So we hear the term insurance all the time, right? And when you think about it, what exactly does insurance mean? And what is this? Well, simply put, insurance is a tool that financially protects your home in the event that it is damaged by an event that is covered under your policy. And it also helps you to pay the expenses related to any damages that your home or your property has sustained. Now, typically speaking, you pay for insurance on a monthly, quarterly, or annual basis. And by paying for insurance, you essentially enter into a contract with your insurance. And your policy is your contract. And so your policy outlines the terms and conditions of that contract, and it also outlines the responsibilities for you and your insurance company. Additionally, as a policyholder, you also have certain rights that we'll discuss a little bit later during the presentation. The first basic information related to insurance is the different types of coverages that are included in standard homeowners insurance policies. So some of you may be familiar with these coverages, but I want to take time to kind of go through each of them and share with you a definition or a description of how each of these coverages work. So the very first one is dwelling coverage. And this is typically going to be labeled as coverage A under your policy declarations page. And so dwelling coverage provides coverage to repair or replace your home or other property when it is damaged by either fire, smoke, water, hurricane, sinkhole, or any other type of disaster. Personal property coverage insures your personal belongings, and these can include your furniture, clothing, appliances, electronics. And reimbursement for these damaged items can be done in one of two ways. And we'll talk a little bit more about these two options later in the presentation. But generally speaking, reimbursement can be made on a replacement value basis, which means you are replacing the item at today's prices, or on an actual cash value basis, which means you are getting reimbursed based upon the cost of the item after depreciation. Now, typically, if you select the reimbursement or full replacement cost of the item, you're usually going to have to pay a higher premium because it's going to cost a little bit more to replace those items. Additionally, if you are wanting to protect expensive belongings, such as art or expensive jewelry, you may also have to pay either a higher premium or you may have to obtain additional coverage in order to be able to protect those items. The next coverage is personal liability coverage. And this coverage really protects you as a homeowner when someone is injured on your property. It can also help to pay medical expenses of that injured individual as well. Also, if someone sues you because they have been injured on your property, this particular coverage may also help to pay your legal fees and expenses as well. Additional living expenses. Well, this is coverage that will help to pay those additional expenses that you may incur if you are displaced from your home because it has been damaged by an event that is covered under your policy. For example, if your home catches fire and it is damaged so significantly that it is unlivable, and you have to move into an apartment for 6 months while it's being repaired, this coverage will help to pay the rent for that 6-month time frame while you are displaced. And it will also help to pay any additional expenses that you incur above and beyond what your typical expenses would be if you were living in your home as well. So for example, if you have to eat out and purchase takeout multiple times a week because you are displaced or because you're living in an area where there is no opportunity for you to be able to cook food, then this coverage will also help to reimburse you for the expenses that you paid in order to eat out every day as well. Then we have mobile or manufactured home coverage. And so this is really coverage that many insurance companies design specifically to cover mobile homes and manufactured homes. We also have hurricane or windstorm coverage. This particular coverage protects your home and pays for damages when your home is damaged by a named hurricane. And so this does not cover tropical storm damage. It only covers damage associated with a named hurricane. And in addition to covering the structure or the home itself, most insurance policies also include additional coverage, usually titled Coverage B on your policy declarations page, that will help to repair or rebuild detached structures on your property, such as a shed or maybe even a carport. And so that's additional coverage that's also typically included in your homeowner's policy. And so what's very important when you are purchasing your homeowner's policy is you want to make sure that you are aware and you fully understand the type of policy that you're purchasing. One of the first questions that you should ask is, what is covered. And the second question you should ask is, what is not covered? I often tell consumers that the worst time to find out what is not covered under your policy is after you filed a claim already. So we definitely want to avoid that. And so really, some of the typical items that are not included on your homeowner's insurance policy usually is general wear and tear or lack of maintenance on your home. Also, damage related to flooding is not covered under your homeowner's insurance policy. Damage related to sinkholes is not covered under your homeowner's insurance policy. Also, any damage that's caused by termites or rodents or some other type of animals is typically not covered. And additional liability protection, typically centered around the fact that you have certain breeds or types of dogs on your property, such as German Shepherd or a Pit Bull. If individuals that come onto your property are injured by those pets, usually your general standard personal liability protection coverage is not going to be enough to be able to provide the level of protection that you need for those types of breeds. So that's something to keep in mind. And every policy has specific exclusions. And so, as I said earlier, you want to make sure that you are aware of what those exclusions are. And if those exclusions leave you vulnerable as it relates to what your specific insurance needs may be, you may have to consider purchasing additional coverage in order to fill those coverage gaps as well. So now let's transition into talking about the cost of homeowners insurance. So by a show of hands, how many of you all have recently opened up your insurance renewal bills and have been shocked? Well, unfortunately, that's happening all across the state. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about the cost of insurance and some of the factors that are impacting the reasons why our insurance premiums are rising so exorbitantly. And so basically, when we are purchasing homeowners insurance, really one of the biggest considerations that consumers use when making a decision about the type of insurance that they are going to purchase or which insurance company they want to purchase their policy from is the cost. And that's really true with almost everything that we purchase, right? And so what is very eye-opening is here in Florida, our homeowners' annual insurance premiums are almost 3 times that of the annual homeowners insurance premiums compared to the entire country. Our homeowners premiums on average on an annual basis average about $4,231. When compared to the entire country, their homeowners insurance rates average about $1,544. That is a significant increase. Now, of course, we do live in Florida. Of course, we recognize that living in Florida means that we are more inclined to be impacted by hurricanes. However, it's just not simply hurricanes that is driving up the cost of our insurance rates. So there are several factors that are impacting insurance. One is hurricanes. When you look at claims that have been filed related to Hurricanes Irma, Michael, Ian, and Nicole, those estimated claims total up to approximately $44 billion. That's a lot of money that insurance companies have had to pay out. And if many of us are under the belief that the insurance companies don't always pay what they are supposed to, well, just imagine that number could be significantly higher. Okay. Another factor that's impacting our insurance rates is the increase of insurance fraud. And really, it's centered around roofing contractor solicitations and free roofing scams. How many of y'all have ever been approached by a contractor who tells you, you know, you need a free roof, or, hey, I can get you a free roof through your insurance company? Well, those types of scams are happening all throughout the state. And so what's happening is those roofers are encouraging and enticing homeowners to allow them to conduct a free roof inspection. And of course, after they conduct the inspection, they say, you need a new roof. And we are very experienced in getting you a new roof, and your insurance company will pay for everything, and you don't have to worry about cost at all. And so unfortunately, a lot of homeowners have decided to go along with that scheme. And what happens is the roofing contractors, unfortunately, they really submit fraudulent claims. They exaggerate the cost to repair or replace your roof. And ultimately, sometimes they end up suing the insurance company because the insurance company refuses to pay the inflated and exaggerated invoice. So now, on top of the extra money that the insurance company may have to pay for the exaggerated claim or a claim that might not have been filed at all, they also then have to pay for the additional litigation expenses and costs associated with defending themselves against the fraudulent claims. And so when you look at it from that perspective, the insurance company is now going to essentially transition all of those additional costs and expenses to consumers in the form of increased rates. One other factor that is also impacting our rates is the increased cost of reinsurance. And so many of you say, well, what exactly is reinsurance? Well, reinsurance is insurance that insurance companies buy in order to make sure that they can pay claims after a hurricane. And so the increased cost of reinsurance and reinsurance basically becomes effective every June 1st. And so right now we're at the point where we're looking at what the average cost of reinsurance will be going into the next cycle. And we're receiving reports that reinsurance is going to go up 40 to 50%, primarily because of the $44 billion that I mentioned earlier. So if reinsurance is going to increase by 40 to 50%, and the insurance companies are going to have to pay that increased amount, well, guess what happens to us as policyholders? Well, they're going to transfer those additional costs to us and increase our rates as well. So those are some of the factors that are definitely impacting our rates here in Florida and basically allowing us to not be competitive and compatible when you look at the entire country. Also, the Office of Insurance Regulation is required to review and approve or disapprove all rate changes requested by insurance companies. And that's very important to be aware of. We have consumers that reach out to me all the time and they're, up in arms and very upset about the increase in their homeowners insurance, especially when they haven't made a claim for several years. And so they think that the insurance companies are simply price gouging and, are able to just run rampant with raising rates as they see fit. But realistically, all of the insurance companies have to submit their rates to the Office of Insurance Regulation. And in addition to submitting their rates, they have to provide documentation, actuarially sound documentation that supports the justification and the necessity for them to raise rates at a certain level. And so OIR reviews that information. They have actuaries on staff that can review the actuarial documents and the assessments, and they make a determination as to whether or not they're going to approve the rate request or disapprove. And so just in the last couple of years, we've seen a significant increase in the number of insurance companies who are requesting rate increases to the Office of Insurance Regulation. And we have seen an increase significantly in the percentage of rate increases that they are requesting to make. Just had a public rate hearing about 3 weeks ago, and one of the insurance companies requested a rate increase of over 100%. And so, of course, when you look at inflation and the rise in the cost of goods and services that we're already encountering across the board, and you add in the rising cost of insurance, it just simply creates a financial situation that is unsustainable for most consumers. And unfortunately, I'm speaking with consumers daily who are contemplating whether or not they're going to go without insurance, particularly those who own their own homes outright and don't have a mortgage. I'm also speaking with consumers who are struggling with being able to continue to afford their home because of the high increase in their insurance premiums. Almost 80% of homeowners who have a mortgage pay their insurance premiums through their escrow account. So of course, anytime your insurance rates increase, that means your monthly payment has to increase as well in order to ensure that your escrow account can cover the cost of your insurance. And so when that monthly payment increases for your mortgage and it gets to a point where it becomes unaffordable or it becomes such a high percentage of your income, you have consumers that just don't know what to do and how they should move forward. And a lot of consumers are very afraid of going into foreclosure and losing their homes. So the cost of insurance is a significant concern when purchasing insurance. And unfortunately, while there are legislative remedies that have already been implemented and other policies that are in place, we're simply not going to see a significant reduction in insurance premiums anytime soon. I am so sorry, but that's the reality. And I know that, the majority of us in this room are insurance consumers in one form or another, whether it's homeowners, whether it's health, whether it's life insurance or auto insurance. And so the reality of the situation is that insurance is going up across the board for everything. I was speaking with Commissioner Richardson prior to the start of today's conference. He was sharing with me that he just recently received his auto insurance renewal policy, and it's his wife, himself, and a 17-year-old daughter. And his insurance is now at about $5,000 a year. And of course, the biggest impact is the 17-year-old daughter, because that age, insurance companies view that age as a risk. And so they're going to increase that premium in an effort to try to manage their exposure and manage the risk that they are putting themselves in. In addition to all of the factors that I talked about that is resulting in the increase in insurance premiums, specifically as it relates to homeowners insurance, there are some other factors that are going to impact your homeowners insurance as well. And basically, if you have homes that are located close to or near the coast, obviously the insurance premium associated with those homes are going to be much higher because they are at a higher risk of sustaining damage. Additionally, the age and condition of your roof is also a huge factor. Insurance companies right now are really being very selective as it relates to the homes that they decide to insure solely based on the age of the home and the age or the condition of the roof. Some of you may have heard about insurance companies requiring homeowners to replace their roof in order to get their insurance renewed, even when the roof appears to not be damaged at all and still appears to be in good condition. Also, insurance companies have decided that they are simply going to only insure new homes or new construction or homes that are less than 5 years old. Once again, trying to reduce and manage their exposure and the amount of risk that they are facing. Also, another element that will impact the cost of your homeowner's insurance is the age of your home, but particularly older homes. A lot of us think that some of the older homes are very attractive. They may be more affordable than new homes. But from an insurance perspective, an older home may prove to be a little more expensive in that oftentimes older homes have outdated plumbing systems or outdated AC, heating and cooling units that insurance companies will not want to insure. Sometimes older homes also have very unique construction styles or construction materials that will make it more expensive to repair or rebuild if the home is damaged. And also sometimes older homes have specific special features, such as crown molding or specific types of flooring. And so once again, all of those items will create additional expenses for the insurance company if they become damaged. And so those are some things to consider as well when you are determining what type of home you would like to purchase. The other element that is important when purchasing homeowners insurance is the cost that it will take to repair or rebuild your home entirely. Based upon inflation, we know that construction materials and the cost of construction materials has risen dramatically. And so contractors and insurance companies are now factoring in the inflated cost of construction materials, labor, and adding that into the amount and the value of your home and the cost that it's going to repair or replace the home. And so that is also going to lead to additional expenses if your home is damaged. Now, I completely understand how significant the cost of insurance is as it relates to making daily decisions about groceries, about medication, about family. And I understand the importance of wanting to make sure that you are able to afford your insurance and also afford everything else that we have to pay for. But what is also important while you are considering purchasing insurance is to make sure that you are purchasing a policy that is going to provide you with the quality and the coverage that you need so that if you need that insurance, you are fully protected. The last thing that you want to do is cut corners on your insurance policy based upon the cost. And then when your home is damaged, you aren't able to get it fully repaired or fully rebuilt because you don't have enough coverage in your policy. So that's something just to keep in mind. And that leads us to the amount of coverage. And so when you are looking to buy a policy, you want to make sure that you are buying a policy that is going to provide you with the sufficient protection in the event that your home or your personal property is damaged. And so you want to make sure that you are purchasing the amount of coverages on your homeowner's insurance policy that is going to allow you to be able to cover not only your home, but also all of your personal possessions and belongings. And so here are a couple of steps that I'm going to share with you on how you can effectively determine the amount of coverage that you should be purchasing. The first step is to calculate the cost to rebuild your home. That means also including the cost to rebuild or replace any of the additional structures that are on your property as well, whether that's a shed, whether that's a garage, a pool, or a fence. You want to make sure that you're incorporating all of those additional features into the cost that it will take to rebuild your property from the ground up. Also, what's important in terms of your personal belongings, you should complete an itemized inventory of all of your belongings. That's going to be very, very important because one, it helps you to identify the cost and the value associated with those items. But if you have to go through the claims process, that itemized inventory list is going to be very, very helpful and beneficial to you because it has all of your belongings and the price and cost associated with those belongings in one place. Also, when you are completing that itemized inventory, you want to make sure that you remember to include items that might be in the garage, items that might be in the attic, or in various storage facilities, because you want to make sure that your inventory list is as comprehensive as possible. Also, include serial numbers, model numbers, because that oftentimes helps with determining the cost and the value of items as well. And if you can, use a video to complete your inventory list as well. That's something that you can save to the cloud. And even if your home is completely destroyed or you're displaced and can't actually access documents, you'll still be able to access that video and be able to submit that to your insurance company for the claims process. So that's very important. Another thing to remember when you're completing your inventory, I recommend that you complete your inventory at least once a year, but you should also remember to update the inventory if you are purchasing new items. So if you purchased a new 75-inch TV, you want to make sure that you update your inventory list to put that on there so that in the event that your home is damaged, you are working from an updated list. You don't want to shortchange yourself on being able to receive the maximum amount of insurance benefits to be able to replace the belongings that have been damaged. And finally, factor in the replacement cost of your belongings. So remember, the replacement cost is the cost that you would have to pay based upon today's prices in order to replace that value, that item. And so you want to make sure that you're factoring in the replacement cost because the replacement cost is going to be much higher than the actual cash value. Because as I said earlier, the actual cash value is based on the cost of the item minus depreciation. So let's transition into talking about types of renters insurance. And so renters insurance is very important as well. It's almost just as important as homeowners insurance. And I have a very interesting statistic to share with you all. So the American Renters Journal stated that while 95% of homeowners have homeowners insurance, who would like to take a guess at what percentage of renters actually have renters insurance? I hear 15. Anybody else? 25? 5, 10. Okay. Well, the statistic is a little bit better than what you all guessed. It's actually 41%, but that's still significantly low, still significantly low. And I think that there are a couple of reasons as to why renters don't have renters insurance. One, a lot of renters don't even realize that renters insurance is available and that it can be beneficial to them. I think most renters mistakenly believe that if their items are damaged by a hurricane, for example, that their landlord's policy will cover the cost or the replacement of their personal belongings as well. And of course, that's incorrect. I also think that renters, even if they are aware of and familiar with the purpose behind renters insurance, I think a lot of them think that it is also expensive. And so that's another reason why they choose not to purchase renters insurance. So just a couple of items relative to renters insurance is that, of course, renters insurance will protect the personal belongings of the renter. The landlord's homeowner's insurance is going to protect the building itself. It will not protect anything inside the building. And so that's why it's important for renters to have insurance that protects their belongings. Additionally, renters insurance typically includes two types of coverages. One, it's the personal property or personal belongings coverage, which is going to protect your personal items. And then secondly, loss of use or additional living expenses. And that works the same way as I shared in homeowners policies, whereby if you have to be displaced from your home due to an event that is covered under your landlord's insurance policy, the loss of use or additional living expenses will help pay for those additional expenses that you incur while you are displaced. So that applies to renters as well. So it's very important for individuals who are renting to also recognize the importance of having renters insurance and the importance of making sure that all of their personal belongings and personal possessions are equally protected. Also, as it relates to the cost of renters insurance, well, surprisingly, renters insurance is very affordable. That's one area of insurance that has not increased as of yet. But renters insurance essentially averages to about $15 to $30 a month. And you can also pay for renters insurance on a monthly, quarterly, or annual basis as well. So let's talk about the benefits of insurance. And we've kind of touched on that a little bit already, but the benefits of insurance really, as I said earlier, it allows you to ensure that you are financially protected in the event that your home or your property is damaged. And so experiencing a disaster can really have a significant impact on anyone. So the last thing that you want to have to try to figure out is how are you going to be able to repair your home? How are you going to be able to replace your property? And I ran into this particular issue a lot in the aftermath of Hurricane Ian, because unfortunately, as you all may remember, the majority of the damage was as a result of flooding. And unfortunately, we had about 70% of the homeowners in that area did not have flood insurance. And so when it comes to flooding damage, unfortunately, even if they had homeowners insurance, their homeowners insurance policy did not cover the damage that was caused by the flood. And so those individuals were now in situations where they have to try to figure out how do they get their homes repaired and how do they get their homes replaced. And of course, the options and the resources are very limited in that particular instance. So while a lot of us kind of view insurance as something that's optional, hopefully today's conversation helps to make it clear that it really is a necessity for all of us to ensure that we're protected. And so let's go over a few scenarios that will allow you to kind of gain a better understanding of the benefits of insurance and how insurance can be helpful to us and protect us when something unexpected arises. So our first scenario is a tree is struck by lightning and it falls on your roof and damages a portion of your roof. And so you call out a contractor, and the contractor says it will cost $9,500 to repair your roof. So you file your homeowner's insurance claim, and guess what? The first thing that you're going to have to do is you're going to have to cover the cost of your deductible. So your deductible, of course, is your financial responsibility that you are required to pay before the insurance company will make payment on your claim. And essentially how the insurance company handles that is they will usually just write you a check with the amount of the deductible excluded, and then it's up to you to determine how you pay the remainder of that amount. And so in this scenario, let's imagine that your homeowner's deductible is $1,000. And so in this particular case, to replace your roof would be $9,500. You would be responsible for the $1,000. The insurance company will give you $8,500, and that comprises the total amount to repair your roof. And so just simply looking at this scenario alone, the insurance company paying $8,500 of the $9,500 expense, that in and of itself illustrates how significant insurance is and can be a benefit to you in times of these types of instances. Now, I want to make it clear in case everyone in the room is not aware, homeowners insurance is not a requirement in Florida. Now, auto insurance is a requirement, but homeowners insurance is not a requirement in Florida. Now, the caveat to that is if you have a mortgage, your mortgage lender is going to require you to have homeowners insurance. Because of course, they want to protect their own interest because they still own a portion of your home. So they want to make sure that if something happens, it's going to be able to get repaired as well. But most people don't realize that homeowners insurance is not a requirement by state law. Okay? Now, one other thing that I want to point out is if you are a renter and this same scenario happens, once again, your landlord's homeowner's insurance policy would kick in and cover the damage. If your personal belongings were damaged because the tree fell on the roof and possibly opened up a hole and maybe water came in and damaged some of your personal property, then you would be responsible for paying for your personal property if you do not have renter's insurance. So let's talk about our second scenario, which is flooding. And all of us recall just a couple of weeks ago the amount of flooding that took place in South Florida just because of rain for 2 or 3 days. And so while a lot of people believe that they should only be required to purchase flood insurance if they live in a designated flood zone, the reality is anywhere that it rains, it can flood. And South Florida was an example of just that. And so you want to kind of shift your mindset away from just thinking that, well, as long as I don't live in a flood zone, I don't need flood insurance. You definitely should consider purchasing flood insurance because once again, it's going to make sure that you are fully protected, regardless of the type of disaster that damages your home. And so in this scenario, this is a severe storm that impacts your neighborhood, and basically the area floods so much that water seeps in up underneath your doors, and it causes damage to your floors, causes damage to cabinets, furniture, and all of that. And according to FEMA, just 1 inch of water can cause up to $25,000 worth of damage. Just 1 inch. If you have up to 18 inches of water in your home, that can result in repairs that need to be made to your heating and cooling system. It can, cause damage to your appliances. It can really destroy your furniture. And then, of course, it can also result in mold, which creates a whole nother issue as well. And so in this particular case, as I said earlier, flood damage is not covered by your homeowner's insurance policy. So the only way that the damage resulting from this particular flood is going to be covered is if you have a flood insurance policy. And that's very important. And I have many insurance consumers who only have homeowners insurance, and they file that claim with their homeowners insurance, thinking that the homeowners insurance company is going to pay that flood claim. And they're very surprised when it is denied. And then they call my office and I have to explain why it's denied. And so once again, flood insurance is very important. There's a couple of different ways where you can purchase flood insurance. One, you can purchase flood insurance through your homeowner's insurance company if they offer flood insurance policies. You can also purchase flood insurance through another traditional company as well. And if you don't have companies that you can purchase flood insurance from here in the state, you can also participate in the National Flood Insurance Program, which is under the administration of FEMA. And the National Flood Insurance Program will allow you to purchase flood insurance directly through their insurance companies as well. The next scenario is a renter's insurance scenario. And so in this particular case, there's a fire in the apartment that you are renting. And once again, if you don't have renter's insurance, your personal property and your personal belongings will not be covered. And instead, only the home itself will be covered under the landlord's homeowner's insurance policy. And then next, let's talk a little bit about purchasing a home and how insurance impacts that process. If we can change this. All right. Okay. So now that you have an understanding of what insurance is and how beneficial insurance can be, let's talk a little bit about what you should do and the steps you should take when you are purchasing a home and looking for an insurance policy to cover that home. And so basically, these factors that are on the screen can really impact the cost of your homeowner's insurance and the type of coverage you should be purchasing as well. And so one of the things when I talk to prospective home buyers, and of course, if you have gone through the home buying process or are currently going through the home buying process, you know that there is a long list of things that you need to think about, decisions that you need to make, steps that you need to take. Unfortunately, purchasing home insurance is usually not one of those items. And so it's very important to make sure that homeowners insurance is on that list as well, because it is an important step in the home buying process. And so some of the things to consider from an insurance perspective that you should review before purchasing a home include looking at the physical characteristics of the home. So size, location, construction, and overall condition of the home can definitely impact the amount of insurance and the cost of insurance that you may pay. Also, consider where the home is located. Is the home located in an area where there are higher building costs? Is it located in an area where there may be stricter building codes? Is it located in an area where there is a high crime rate? All of those factors and elements will also impact the cost of your homeowner's insurance as well. As we talked, also the age of the home is very important, because the older the home, the higher the risk from an insurance company perspective. So you want to make sure that you're taking that into consideration as well. Additionally, we've already talked about the age of the roof. What insurance companies are doing now is they are implementing stricter underwriting guidelines for new policies and even for renewal policies. And what they're doing is they're looking at the age of the roof. And as I said earlier, in some instances, they are requiring their policyholders to replace their roof in its entirety in order to be able to maintain their current homeowner's coverage. And a lot of insurance consumers are really put in a situation where they are between a rock and a hard place, because one, the capacity in the insurance market has really dwindled significantly. And you don't have a lot of insurance companies that are offering to write homeowners insurance in our state because of some of the high risks and some of the factors that I discussed earlier. And so when there is limited capacity and limited competition in the homeowners insurance market, you have to decide, do I replace my roof in order to keep the current coverage that I have? Or do I take a gamble and let this current coverage expire and go and try to find coverage elsewhere? And so sometimes that can really be a challenging decision to make. Also, when you are searching for homeowners insurance and you're going through the home buying process, take into consideration the special features that are on the homes that you are considering, such as whether or not the home has a fireplace, whether or not they have extensive crown molding, whether or not there is a pool or a hot tub. Any of those items that may make your property a little more riskier from a liability perspective and a little more expensive from an insurance coverage perspective as well. Another special feature that we are encountering in the state as well that is going to impact the cost of your insurance or your ability to be able to even get insurance is adding solar panels to your roof. So that's really become, something that a lot of individuals are interested in. And I'm aware of a lot of individuals who have added solar panels to their roofs. Well, what is happening is the insurance industry has decided that they really don't want to cover roofs that have solar panels on. The reason being is that if that roof becomes damaged, you're going to have to remove the solar panels. Upon removal, they may be damaged, or they may not no longer work properly. And the insurance company does not want to be responsible for repairing or replacing solar panels. Additionally, insurance companies have also deemed homes that have solar panels in some instances as commercial property, because the way the solar panels work is if they are connected to a grid that goes through the entire neighborhood and your solar panels triggers the grid and damages other properties or impacts other properties in your neighborhood, the insurance company may very well be liable for the other damage in addition to yours. So insurance companies just really have taken a huge stand against insuring homes that have solar panels on them. So that's just something else to think about, something else to consider as you're going through the home buying process. Another important factor is claims history. Now, not many of you think about pulling the claims history of homes that you are considering purchasing. That's very important because you want to know what type of previous damage has that home sustained, and was that damage reported to the insurance company, and was that damage repaired, one, repaired, and two, repaired accurately and sufficiently. And so you can pull the CLUE report, which is your comprehensive loss underwriting exchange report for any home. And that report includes 7 years of claims history for your home. And that way, when you're getting your home inspection completed, you could actually point out certain areas of the home that you know were previously damaged to ensure your home inspector is looking at those areas in significant detail. Okay? Also, in some instances, if you pull the report and you see that the roof was replaced 3 years ago, that's going to be a benefit to you because the insurance company is going to want to ensure that home simply has a new roof on it as well. So being able to pull the CLUE report is another tool in your toolbox that can help you become knowledgeable about that property that you're considering purchasing and impact the insurance will have on it in terms of cost and in terms of availability. Okay. Wow, my time ran by. I got about.
It did.
Well, I can stop there if you would like for me to, because I want to give time for some questions as well. So I'll stop right there. I have a lot of good information, but I'll definitely stop and let you all ask some questions.
Yes, ma'am. Y'all, please give a round of applause to Tasha Carter. All right, we do have several questions, so we'll start right here.
Hi, I just have one question, really two, but I'll let somebody else do that solar panel stuff. Home equity loans. Say for instance, if your home is you're paid off and you just indicated you don't need home insurance in Florida. If I want to go and get a home equity loan, would the bank require me to get insurance?
Yes,
Okay.
because that loan is based upon the equity in your home. And so, yes, 9 times out of 10, they're going to require you to obtain insurance.
Okay.
Thank you. You're welcome.
you gave a scenario where a tree fell on the roof. I'm actually dealing with that situation now. We had a wind event and a tree fell on my roof. It's not the whole roof. The insurance company, we're fighting right now because the insurance company wants to lowball the number. So what they're saying is that, okay, you've got the deductible. I'm fine with the deductible. I got to pay the deductible. They're saying, okay, but it's an old roof, so we've got to consider depreciation on the roof. And that's where I'm having an issue with the insurance company on depreciation portion. Because when I read the insurance policy, there's no mention of depreciation. I just got to pay a deductible.
Okay, very good scenario. And I'm going to get your card after this so that I can assist you with the claim. But just to kind of explain a little bit about what's happening is your policy probably is based upon an actual cash value basis, which means when they replace your roof, they're going to replace it based upon the actual cash value minus depreciation. And so you're right. If you read your policy, you're probably not going to see that term anywhere in the policy document itself. It's probably going to be on your policy declarations page where it lists out your dwelling coverage and it'll have extra cash value or replacement cost value. If it was replacement cost value, they should pay the full amount to replace your roof at today's cost. If it's actual cash value, they're going to depreciate your roof and then pay you for the amount after it's been depreciated. Now, in addition, there is also something called recoverable depreciation, which means the insurance company will withhold that depreciation amount when you get your roof repaired and you provide proof of repair. They will allow you to recover the amount that they held back in terms of depreciation. Okay. Any other questions?
Go ahead. We might have to talk a little bit later, but I haven't heard any mention about government built homes and insurance for government built homes, especially if you are in a government built home that was built really, really in a horrible situation. And insurance companies will not insure the home. And the contractors are responsible for this house that was built. And now you are just sitting there. I'm sitting here with no insurance, period, at all.
Okay. There are some options that are available to you, and I'll talk to you after the session concludes about what those options are.
Question for you. Are there any tools that you can use to make sure that you have the appropriate coverage that are third party and objective? Not, so like situation dwelling coverage, making sure that you have the appropriate term in your insurance policy. I've run into the same thing as well. So you get what the insurance company tells you, because it's not always in your benefit. So where can I find tools that help me make sure that I am purchasing the right amount and it's not sales driven or some other kind of bias towards my decision?
Sure. So we have some educational resources at my table, right outside with the other vendors. So information in there includes some consumer tips and some steps that you can take to ensure that you have proper coverage. Also, we have some very good information on my website as well that will kind of walk you through the process that you can take as well. Also, speaking with your insurance agent, and having your insurance agent explain to you the different levels of coverage in your policy, and then determining whether or not that's enough coverage that's adequate based upon the type of home that you have, the type of personal belongings that you have as well. Anything else? And of course, I'll be around after, so if you have any additional questions that you would like to ask. Thank you so much for having me, and I appreciate the time.
All right, was that good? Look, I didn't know anything about this clue report. I got questions. I want to know if the insurance company can use that clue report against me. And where's the fair housing or the discrimination as it relates to insurance? We ain't really get into that, but I'll talk to you at the table. So there's a table out in the hallway. If you want to know more, Tasha and her crew will be out there, okay? All right, so session 2 entitled Financing Affordable Housing to Promote Equitable Lending will be presented by Cody Glazer. Okay, Cody Glazer. And Cody is Legal and Policy Director for Florida Housing Coalition with expertise in land use law, affordable housing planning and development, and policy implementation. Cody provides technical and legal assistance to local governments, community-based organizations, and policymakers on inclusionary housing policies, community land trusts, fair housing, land use, environmental law, and the law generally as it relates to housing. Oh, and we had a legal question during lunch, so hopefully she'll be in the room to maybe ask her a question. As legal and policy director, he leads the coalition's advocacy efforts at all levels of government, including as lead of the Sadowski affiliates, and has expertise drafting state legislation and local housing ordinances and policies. Prior to joining the coalition, Cody clerked for the National Fair Housing Alliance on issues related to fair housing and equitable opportunity. Cody graduated magna cum laude from the Florida State University College of Law, where he was a member of the Florida State University Law Review and the Journal of Land Use and Environmental Law. Let's give a round of applause to Cody Glazer.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you all had a good lunch, and hopefully you're still awake after that. Again, thank you for the introduction. My name is Cody Glazer. I'm the Legal and Policy Director of the Florida Housing Coalition, and it's just a privilege to be able to speak about such an important topic in today's state of our affairs. I went to law school. A little bit about me. So I graduated again from Florida State University College of Law, go Knowles. And the reason why I went to law school was to become a public defender, because I thought that being a PD was the only way to use the law for good. And fortunately, in my summer after my first year of law school, I had the privilege to work for the National Fair Housing Alliance in DC, which opened my mind up to how many other aspects of the law there are where you can make a difference. And first of all, being able to meet all the incredible people that do this work is always tremendous. But also, I believe in this work because housing is everything. Like, housing is the cornerstone for a good life. You know, without a good, affordable home above your head, it's very difficult to enjoy an overall quality of life, which I think everyone deserves. And so I'm proud to be able to up here today speaking about such an important topic. I have a bunch of slides for y'all. We don't have to get through all of them. If we have a good discussion or questions, happy to answer those along the way. But basically, the goal of today, and but prior to me presenting, this was supposed to be a Sean Nesbitt's presentation, our Chief Executive Officer, and he gave me this presentation, and it was funny seeing the title of this workshop because, you know, providing affordable housing through equitable lending can be a ton of different things. It can mean everything, that the work that we do at the Florida Housing Coalition. So to make the most of our time today, I wanted to focus on sort of the 3 hotter topics in the fair housing and affordable housing world. We don't have to go through all 3, but you know, I do have some content prepared for y'all if you want to hear it. And the first thing I want to talk about today is this issue of anti-discrimination laws and housing equity. And the reason why I want to bring it up is, you know, we're obviously celebrating a very momentous year, right? The 55th anniversary of the Fair Housing Act. And wanted to bring this up today because a part of our work at the coalition is we have a group called the Center for Racial Equity, or CRE, where we are actually contracted with 2 local governments in the state to try to make solutions to close the racial homeownership gap in those communities. And along the way, the Fair Housing Act has actually been a barrier to our work because when we're trying to close the racial homeownership gap and you get to the solutions part, right? It's sort of the irony of fair housing, which is the same laws that protect against discrimination for bad motives against protected classes are also the same laws that sort of prevent, in a way, discriminating in favor of certain protected classes. So I'm going to talk a little about that and sort of the solutions and kind of how to navigate fair housing law in a way to still produce equitable outcomes at the end of the day. So then we'll talk a little bit about affirmatively furthering fair housing, AFFH, and what that means. And then if we have time, I want to get to the Live Local Act, which is this session's big housing bill that happened. And we'll talk about how that act can be used to affirmatively further fair housing. So when we talk about affordable housing financing, which is the purpose of this hour together, I might use these terms interchangeably, but just kind of give you a sense of what they mean. There's typically two different types of financing for affordable housing. You have supply side and demand side. On the supply side is we're dealing with actually building units, right? We're talking about construction financing, gap financing, right? Money to build homes, right? And so we have a lot of different policies designed at the supply side of the affordable housing equation. Then you also have demand side policies. These are policies that serve the people that are going to be in said housing units. These are things like down payment assistance, housing vouchers, rental assistance, and all the things we'll talk about today apply to both equally, both on the supply side and the demand side. So we'll get right into it, and if folks have questions, just yell at me, stop me, and we can hash them out. But the first topic I want to address is this issue of anti-discrimination laws and housing equity. And I want to start with this graph right here. And I apologize for this graph. I'm definitely not a graphic designer. I'm an attorney. So I'll do my best to explain what this says. And one of the goals of today is also, to celebrate the good that the Fair Housing Act has done, right? To celebrate how for decades it's been used as a tool to hold bad actors accountable for discrimination, right? That has been a definite victory of the Fair Housing Act. But now that it's 55 years old, I think we can have a conversation about how can we make it better? What policies can we enact locally, state, federally to push forward the goals of the Fair Housing Act, which is to create desegregated, integrated communities where everyone can have an access to an opportunity. And so if you look at this graph here, this to me tells kind of the story, and I'll explain a little bit. Basically, since 1990 in the state of Florida, the homeownership gap between white and black households has grown in the last 30 years. In 1990, about 72% of white households owned a home, 47% of black households own a home. Fast forward 2020, that gap has only grown. So if we're looking at homeownership rate as sort of like looking at the success of the Fair Housing Act, something's not working, right? Something else has to be done. Things have to be done to make it better. And we can talk about all day about why we think this gap is wider, right? You can talk about, rising home prices. You can talk about lending practices. You can talk about all sorts of policy why this is the case. But there's something not working here where 55 years after the Fair Housing Act, the homeownership gap is widening. And same thing goes for Leon County. You'll see that the homeownership rate in Leon County, there's also that 30-point gap. And so today I hope to sort of provide some solutions from like a legal framework of how to address this gap and close this gap while also not violating fair housing laws that were designed to serve underserved populations. And so once you actually so we obviously have a huge homeownership gap problem in the state and many communities across the state. When you start actually breaking it down by cost burden, so cost burden is a term housing people use to say you're spending too much of your income on housing. And if you actually break it down by race, it's pretty equal. I mean, every cost burden is an issue across the board for everybody. White households, 46% are cost burden. Black households, half are cost burden. Hispanic, 40%. So in terms of cost burden, things are bad for a lot of people when it comes to affordable housing. But for renters, there's really a striking difference. So when you go look at renters and cost burden, black households are disproportionately spending too much money on rent, whereas white households, only about 50% of renters are spending too much money on rent. So I think when we talk today, we can explore, first of all, just how do we build more rental housing, period, but also how to bridge this gap between cost burden based on different races. And so this kind of gets to like the main crux of what we can talk about today, which is how to undertake housing equity goals while also not violating the anti-discrimination laws that were designed to protect underserved populations. So for example, if you go back to just that racial homeownership gap, right, you see a 30-point gap between ownership between white and black households. Your first policy idea to try to fix that might be to say something like, well, let's prioritize black households for down payment assistance, right? That might be your first thing you go to. Unfortunately, the big irony here is that the Fair Housing Act would not allow you to do that, right? The Fair Housing Act is very clear. You cannot discriminate on the basis of race when enacting housing policies. And so that's sort of the catch-22 here is we can applaud, the great things that the act has done for the discrimination side. When we talk about the equity goals on the back end, anti-discrimination laws arguably have made it harder to achieve more equitable outcomes for folks. And so we'll talk today about some of these, class neutral things we can do. We can kind of explore, like, is there a better way forward when we talk about fair housing? Because it's sort of like the irony here, which is it prevents, equity goals and equity policies. And so this is sort of like the framework that a lot of civil rights attorneys use when talking about fair housing and equitable housing policies. And we hear these a lot. It's basically this connection between what are class conscious actions and what are class neutral actions. So I'll just use race because we already talked about it quite a bit today. So basically, if you have a race conscious policy, example of that would be example like Black households are prioritized for assistance, or members of a certain religion are prioritized for assistance. Wherever you have very explicit classes that you're targeting with your housing programs, that's when fair housing is going to be triggered. That's when equal protection is going to be triggered. That's when these legal things are going to rear their head. But if you do these neutral policies, where you're not actually targeting an exact class, but more of first-time home buyers or place-based programs, those are considered class neutral, and they fall outside the scope of fair housing, equal protection, all these anti-discrimination laws that might limit what we can do in terms of housing equity. So for example, a first-time home buyer program, right? That would be considered class neutral and wouldn't have fair housing issues. Place-based programs, right? For the last 30, 40 years, a lot of our housing policies have been about let's target resources based on place versus the type of people that live there. So it could be like a low-income census tract or a NERSA or an opportunity zone or a census tract, right? All these things that are proxies for trying to serve the people that we want to serve, that also doesn't violate these civil rights laws. And so just kind of get to the conversation about what can we do, right? You're telling me that these fair housing laws are both as great in terms of ending discrimination, but not great in terms of equitable outcomes. Let's talk about how we can reach that goal. So the Fair Housing Act, don't need to go much into it. There are 3 levels of fair housing law. There's federal, state, local. Typically, you'll find that state and local laws just kind of copy paste the Federal Fair Housing Act in a lot of ways, but they're all very broad. They cover all types of housing activities, from showing a unit to renting the unit to financing it, to the services associated with that unit. So if you give access to a pool to some people, not others, Fair Housing Act would cover that. Fair Housing Act covers a lot. And the only main difference between those 3 levels, federal, state, and local, are the types of protected classes that we're talking about. So federally, you have your main 7, race, color, national origin, religion, sex, familial status, disability. Florida has those same 7, but an 8th one that's very interesting and good tool to use, which is that if you're a local government in Florida and you're making a land use decision, you cannot discriminate against a development's source of financing. This actually was used for the very first time last year in the city of Apopka, where the city of Apopka had an application in front of it to rezone a parcel to allow affordable housing on it. And the city denied it just because it was an affordable housing project. Developer used the Florida Fair Housing Act, sued the city of Apopka, they won, and now the developer will get to build their affordable housing developments. That's the unique provision for the Florida Fair Housing Act. You can't discriminate on the source of financing for a project. And then you can also have a whole load of other protected classes. I've put it in asterisks here, the ones that are protected in Leon County through Leon County's Human Rights Ordinance. But you can also have age, sex orientation, source of income, gender identity, and the gamut of other protected classes in law. Other law, just kind of make you aware of, is the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. This is very similar to the Fair Housing Act, except it just covers credit. So really, COA is what it's called, FHA, cover a lot of the same things, but this will make sense in a second of why I'm talking about this. Has the same protected classes as the Fair Housing Act, except it swaps disability for age, and has 2 of these other protected classes here. So if you are engaging in a credit transaction, you can't discriminate against an applicant's income derived from a public assistance program. So we have federal source of income protections when it comes to a COA, and then also it's protected for folks to exercise their consumer protection rights. And I bring all this up to say that Fair Housing Act and a COA cover a lot, right? They cover Again, it covers, extending credit, offering different terms for credit, even asking people to apply for credit. It applies to renting a home, using a home, selling a home, making a home available. So there's so many aspects of the housing equation that these anti-discrimination laws cover. So the question becomes, well, if we can't discriminate on the basis of a protected class to lift people up, what are the things that we can do that fall outside of these laws that can also still help people? And so here are the solutions that we have at the coalition for how to still promote housing equity, how to make sure that we close that racial homeownership gap, but also avoid lawsuits. I think the big one is to build more homes. There was a study at the Urban Institute a few years ago that came out, which found that jurisdictions that had more building permits also saw less racial disparities when it comes to housing. So the more homes that are built, the less disparities there are. Kind of simplifying that, right? If you have a home and you have 20 applicants for that home, the housing provider might either implicitly or explicitly choose certain characteristics they want for that unit. Whereas if they only had 3 applications, less opportunity to sort of discriminate, pick and choose what characteristics they want. So the more homes we have, ideally the goal is the less discrimination we have when filling those homes. The second thing that we can still do is target resources based on place or income, right? I would argue that we have all these programs that exist that target, NERSAs or census tracts and whatnot. And the issue hasn't been the way they're structured, is that they're always underfunded. So for example, the SHIP program, which is sort of Florida's, flagship program for affordable housing, the program itself is good. It's just been underfunded for 20 years. So if we keep pumping resources into certain places and certain incomes, we can hopefully achieve our housing equity goals. The third thing that I think folks should be looking into is their own internal policies, right? If you're a lender, if you're a housing provider, if you're a local government, to always be asking, are our policies in some way, unintentionally creating some sort of impact based on race, based on gender, based on religion? And to sort of do an internal look of, looking at credit standards, looking at how you choose applicants. That's all very important here. Fourth one is very important, especially today, is this idea of just strengthening access to capital for nonprofits. I'm sure we've heard over the past couple of years, the big bad out-of-state investor that's coming to buy properties away from the community. If nonprofits were on the same playing field and had access to cash to also buy these properties, we could be in a lot better place. So we've seen places like Cincinnati, Ohio, for example, they have a $20 million loan fund just for nonprofits to use to buy properties so investors won't. But there's just strengthening more money for nonprofits is a terrific way to go. Fifth thing here, which I know some folks in here do this work, is housing counseling. In order to buy a home, you have to be mortgage ready, which sometimes requires a better credit score, just better education about how to take care of a home once you have it. Housing counselors play a tremendous role in housing equity efforts. And this next to last bullet here is estate planning. This is something that's coming up a lot recently, is this issue of heirs property, where people will own a home and then pass away without a will, which can make generational wealth building difficult. And so I know folks, especially at Legal Services of North Florida, have been working on this issue with estate planning, help people pass down their wealth to their kids and their grandkids, a big part of the housing equity equation. And then finally, there's this idea that housing does not exist in a vacuum, right? We can make all the affordable homes in the world, but if people don't have good paying jobs, access to education, and a sense of community, it's not going to mean a whole lot. So I think a part of the housing equation has to be looking at how we make our other investments in things like roads and schools and sewer, all these things that develop a sense of community. So the last thing I'll mention for this particular section is sort of an exception to all of this. So as I mentioned before, the Fair Housing Act and the Equal Credit Opportunity Act say you cannot discriminate on a protected class for credit. There is a massive exception here, which are what are called special purpose credit programs. And these are not new in law, but they are definitely becoming more prevalent in the last year or two. But basically what federal law allows is for for-profit lenders to establish special purpose credit programs, or SPCPs, to extend credit to people that would not otherwise get credit under that company's normal standards for creditworthiness. And so I'll show some examples of how this has worked, but they basically can make loan qualification easier for people from underserved communities. And so there's a whole regulation on how for-profits can do this, But this is a tremendous way for local for-profit lenders to start creating these SPCPs to better serve underserved populations in particular. And so your typical SPCP can target things like credit scores. So there are a few out there that will use non-traditional forms of creditworthiness. So they will look at things like your ability to pay your rent on time or your phone bill on time, utilities, not your traditional credit score. There are some programs out there that will actually say no mortgage insurance if you're a certain population. And there are some programs that require less of a down payment to get into a home in the first place. And so I won't go into all the legal weeds to bore you guys, but there are, just letting you know, there are just like a whole bunch of regs and how this can work. But I think the bottom line is that if you're, a for-profit lender, or if you work with a for-profit lender, this is absolutely a possibility to serve underserved communities through these SPCPs. And the first example of these to highlight is Bank of America. And so this was a program that they launched last August. So this is all very recent. And when Bank of America launched this program, it's sort of like a wink and a nod to other for-profit lenders to say, hey, this is possible under these rules and regs. And so basically what Bank of America did last August is they announced this new community affordable loan solution, particularly for Black and Hispanic communities. It was in for certain markets and, like I mentioned before, used non-traditional credit guidelines to assess creditworthiness versus a traditional credit score. So they used, timely rent, phone bill, utility bill, those kinds of things, and they did not require mortgage insurance or credit score. This second one I think is very interesting to look into. I'll go back one. This is called the San Diego Black Homebuyers Program. This to me is like this is branded as SPCP and is a huge exception to those fair housing laws, which is that LISC San Diego, funded by the San Diego Foundation, created a San Diego Black Homebuyers Program where they will provide down payment and closing cost assistance to Black residents in the city of San Diego, and they'll provide a $40,000 grant to do so. So there's some criteria about participating lenders, but if you're looking to form a similar type of program, I would suggest looking into the San Diego program. It's going to be a good model for equitable lending here in Tallahassee. And then finally, we have another third example of a big bank who's waded into these waters. TD Bank last March offered a version of an SPCP, which is a mortgage loan design just for minority communities. So this is all possible. There are some opportunities here for folks in Tallahassee, especially if you are a for-profit lender. 501c3s can still have their own similar programs. And if there are foundations here that can support this kind of work, I think that would be a tremendous opportunity. Is there any questions so far for this section? Cool. All right, well, I'll keep on going. So the next thing we can talk about, if I get these slides up, is this idea of affirmatively furthering fair housing. So this is a big topic in the fair housing world these days because the Biden administration just this week closed their comment period for what is called the AFFH rule. And so in the next couple of months, we should see some clear guidelines for a new affirmatively furthering fair housing rule that applies to entities that receive money from HUD, which we can talk about. But just wanted to mention what this means, because when you hear the phrase affirmatively furthering fair housing, it can mean a whole bunch. And really where it comes from is in the Federal Fair Housing Act, there is a line just sort of hidden in there at the very end that says that when HUD is administering its programs, they have to do it in a way to affirmatively further the purposes of the Fair Housing Act. Those purposes being, end discrimination, promote integration, and sort of segregated communities. And so HUD's supposed to enact its programs in a way to meet those purposes of the Fair Housing Act. And so HUD tries to meet this requirement by putting that onus onto people who receive HUD funds. This could be public housing authorities, local governments, you name it. And so for the past about 20 years or so, this obligation has changed a lot. But HUD does require HUD grantees to act in a way to affirmatively further fair housing in their communities. I'm just going to give you a brief history, just kind of, I won't go through all this, but it's been a weird history because basically from 1968 to 1994, HUD never took that language to affirmatively further fair housing seriously. It wasn't until 1994 where the Clinton administration had the very first AFFH rule. President Obama updated it in 2015. President Trump repealed both Clinton and Obama's rules, and then President Biden just enacted a new rule of its own. And sort of the purpose for me to mentioning this is that I think regardless of what the federal government does with this sort of AFFH rule, I think we should all be trying to strive to affirmatively further for housing no matter what, which includes things like just considering the effects of all our policies and making sure that they're in line with that spirit, with that purpose of the Fair Housing Act, which includes not just housing investments, but all the investments we make as a community, whether it be in schools or parks or anything, and how that might affect access to fair housing. So one of the things that the Biden rule does, which will come out soon, is it actually requires all HUD grantees to create what's called an equity plan, which it's a very in-depth plan. It requires local governments to look at 7 different questions, very much in depth, very data-driven. So the next year or two in the city of Tallahassee, who is a HUD grantee, they'll have to go through the equity plan process. So that could be a really good opportunity to sort of address all these things, which is how do all of our policies together act in a way to affirmatively further fair housing choice. And just generally some tools that local governments and for-profits, public and private sector have to affirmatively further the purposes of the Fair Housing Act. I think one, just broad public and private investments in affordable housing is still so needed. We have a tremendous housing shortage, not just in Tallahassee, but in the whole state. So we definitely need some investments, not only in building new housing, but preserving existing affordable housing as well. And the second thing I already mentioned, but we also need to find ways to address the impact of all investments, not just housing, and what that means for fair housing choice. Third, zoning reform is becoming a huge topic these days in terms of unlocking the zoning code so you can encourage more housing supply is a big topic these days. Fourth, I think there's a lot of conversations we can have around using publicly owned land for housing. One of the most valuable resources that public sector has is using its own land for affordable housing. So we can talk about ways to do that. And then finally, another key way to AFFH will be to increase incomes. Housing prices are just increasing way more than wages are. So if we have more higher paying jobs, that's a way to get more affordable housing as well. Any questions, comments so far? So the last thing that I can share today is about the Live Local Act. So how many of you are familiar with the Live Local Act? See a couple of hands. So basically this act, which was signed into law a few weeks ago, is the biggest thing that the state has done for affordable housing in over 30 years. It has a record amount of funding in it for affordable housing. It has a lot of new land use tools to increase affordable housing supply. And so I'll spend the rest of my time just kind of going through this and what it means for places like the city of Tallahassee. So the Live Local Act was SB 102, House Bill 627. It passed unanimously in the Senate, almost passed unanimously in the House, already signed by the governor. Oh boy. Perfect. So basically, this is the top line summary of what the bill did. And I'll go through one of these in depth just to kind of show you how impactful this act possibly could be. So again, a record $811 million is going to be invested by the state for affordable housing statewide. $811 million is not enough to solve our affordable housing crisis, but I think it's a good step in the right direction. Our data people did some estimates, and this $811 million can serve around 20,000 to 25,000 new units in the state of Florida. So great start, not enough to solve our crisis, but a lot of good money there. Yeah. So it is primarily Sadowski funds, and they also added some more general revenue. So it'll be mixture of both. So they have they're fully funding what's in the trust funds for housing, and they've also committed an extra $150 million a year for 10 years for these programs. So it's a really big investment, and I'll go through some slides about how exactly that breaks out. A lot of cool stuff there for the funding. Something else we'll talk about today too is there's a bunch of new property tax incentives in the bill to try to get market rate developers to build affordable units. There's also a brand new land use preemption for local governments to facilitate affordable housing development in commercial and industrial areas of town. Also some language in there about using publicly owned land and more. But first, I'm going to start with the funding aspect of it, which is just showing you just in the last 3 years, the state has almost quadrupled its investment into affordable housing. And that's probably small for you in the back, but the idea is almost 4 times as much as just as 2 years ago. So the legislature is funding SHIP, which goes to places like Leon County and Tallahassee at $252 million, which is a lot more than past years. That second line there is very interesting because the legislature is super funding the SAIL program. And so SAIL is our state's affordable rental housing program. And so for the first time basically ever at the state level, they're putting a real commitment into affordable rental housing as opposed to ownership housing, which is a sea change. So our affordable rental housing program can get upwards of $459 million this year, which is a great step in the right direction. Also in the bill is $100 million for what's called the Hometown Hero program, which is a down payment assistance program for first-time home buyers if you are a full-time employee of a Florida-based business. There's also $100 million for a new inflation response program for certain deals already in the pipeline. And then finally, there is a brand new tax donation program where large corporations in Florida can lower their tax liability by donating money directly to Florida Housing Finance for the SAIL program. So a lot of good stuff here on the funding side of it. And just wanted to show you what that means for Leon County and Tallahassee. So basically, because of the record amount of money in the Live Local Act, Tallahassee should get around $2.2 million for the next fiscal year for housing. And Leon County should get around $1.1 million for affordable housing. Again, even when we have record amounts of money, like this is still not enough to solve the problem. So I think there's definitely still needs to be more, local commitments to housing generally. But it's clearly a step in the right direction. It's the first time that Leon County is going to be breaking $1 million in the amount of money it has to, provide down payment assistance, build homes, that kind of thing. So overall good news there on the funding. I want to mention this as well. So I mentioned previously a second ago, so SAIL is not only getting a lot of money, but there is a new commitment of $150 million a year for 10 years for affordable rental housing. And so something the bill does is this will be administered by the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, and they will basically have $150 million a year to play with and issue money however they want to, except they have some certain guidelines. So they have to spend at least 70% of that money for projects that do rehab new construction, projects that address urban infill, provide for mixed-use housing, housing in military. So basically, if you have a project and you're looking for financing, and for example, if your project would be one that addresses urban infill, for example, this new pot of money might be an ideal source of money for you to apply for at the state level. And so if I were a developer, local government, I would definitely be following how the state allocates this money and kind of see what they're looking for because they got an extra $150 million a year to play with for affordable housing, and it's all up to them about how they want to use it. So that's the funding side. Any questions so far about the funding in this bill? So then briefly want to talk about the new property tax incentives that are out there for developers. If we have any developers here. There's 3 new property tax exemptions in the act for affordable housing development. The first one is optional for local governments. The second 2 are not optional for local governments. So first off, for the first time ever, cities and counties would have the authority to provide property tax breaks for affordable housing if a development is at least 50 units and sets aside at least 20% of its units as affordable housing to folks who are making 60% or below AMI. So a lot of strings attached to it, but it'd be the first time ever that local governments would have this authority to provide tax exemptions for certain affordable housing developments. So if you're a city or county official or advocating, I would try to see if this could be one of the first things you do in July 1, which would be to implement this new local option property tax exemption. The other two are not optional. So these are required by law. And the second one applies to nonprofits specifically. So if you have a nonprofit and you own land, and then you lease that land for 99 years to be used as affordable housing, then the land is completely free from property taxes. So this could be a really cool way if you're a nonprofit to partner with a for-profit developer to build housing, because the land will be completely tax-free. Yes, the great question. The difference is, so the current exemption that exists, right? You have to have nonprofit owns the land and then used for housing. In this way, it would basically, we'll see how much this is actually used first of all. But the difference here is that under the current exemptions, for-profit developers could not get the exemption. This would allow them to sort of get that exemption if they partner with a nonprofit. So ideally, nonprofits will own the land and manage it and develop it. But if you're looking for a nonprofit or a for-profit partner, this could encourage more partnerships where they will benefit the exemption and build the housing, nonprofit get the developer fee, all that. Exactly, yeah. And this also applies to community land trusts, which I see Karen in the back. So basically, if you're a community land trust, which will own land and then lease for 99 years, now those homeowners of CLT homes would get property tax-free land, where they would not have been. So interesting stuff there. And then the last exemption is arguably going to be a bigger impact. We'll see. This is what they're branding as the missing middle property tax exemption, which basically says that if you have an affordable housing development in your community and it has more than 70 units that are affordable to folks making 120% AMI or less, then it gets an automatic property tax exemption. So this is really aimed at sort of larger scale developments in your community. This would apply to nonprofit and for-profit developers. It could have a big impact on encouraging market rate developers to build affordable units. So another thing that the bill does pretty well is it amends what's called our surplus land laws in Florida. Since 2007, we've had a law on our books called the surplus land statute, which basically says that at least every 3 years, every city and county in the state of Florida has to look at the land that it owns and identify which parcels are, quote, appropriate for use as affordable housing. So at least every 3 years, you got to look at the land you own and say which parcels are good for affordable housing. The issue with this over time is that some local governments are better than others. There are certain places that will never do the inventory. And if they do the inventory, the land is not made publicly available in some ways. So what the Live Local Act would do would newly require all cities and counties to post their affordable housing land inventory online. So folks, it will make the process more transparent, be able to see what publicly owned land is available for affordable housing. And the act also extends this land inventory requirement to all dependent special districts, which includes CRAs, right? So CRAs in Tallahassee would now have to look at its own land and do the same process of identifying parcels that are appropriate for use as affordable housing. The bill also encourages best practices. So it encourages local governments to make the process of public available, have clear criteria for when developers can request publicly owned land for affordable housing, and just tries to increase transparency overall for how local governments use land for affordable housing. So that's the land. So we got the funding, you got the tax exemptions, you got the land. The fourth big thing in the bill is a new land use preemption for affordable housing. And so basically how this would work is that if you have a development and you propose it to your city or county, and it is in a commercial, industrial, or mixed use district, this bill would be the first time that the state forays into preemption regarding affordable housing. So what would happen is, if you propose a project in one of those 3 districts, commercial, industrial, mixed use, and at least 40% of your development is considered affordable housing, then local government is limited from regulating it in terms of use, height, and density. So how it would work in practice is that, let's say you have a development, you find a commercial property you like, you want to build affordable housing on it, and it's 40% affordable. If you some commercial districts, right, if you look at your zoning code, housing might not be allowed in that zoning category, right? If you, some commercial zones just don't allow housing. If you meet the criteria in a bill, this bill would preempt a local government from saying you can't build housing here. It would make it so that affordable housing is an allowed use by right. That's the use side. Second thing that is preempted in the bill is density. So if you're an eligible project, so in commercial industrial area, 40% affordable, that project is entitled to the highest density that is allowed on any land in the city or county. So let's say you're in a city and somewhere in the city, it allows up to 40 units an acre to be built. What this bill would say is that affordable housing developments are entitled to build up to 40 units an acre. So good stuff there, arguably. And then the last thing is height. So basically what this bill would say is that preemption projects will be entitled to the highest currently allowed height within 1 mile of the project. So what you do is you put your proposal on a map, you do a 1 mile radius, and you be allowed the highest height in that 1 mile radius. So let's say you're in a county and you do that 1 mile radius thing, and there's 10 stories is the height limit, for example. An affordable housing development will be entitled to that 10 stories no matter what. So this has the potential to do a lot of encouraging affordable development on commercial industrial areas. There's still other ways for local government to regulate sort of compatibility issues under the bill, but it could encourage a lot of new adaptive reuse projects, right? If you're trying to repurpose like a vacant shopping center into housing, this could be a really good tool, but interesting stuff there. And so the last part of the Live Local Act, and it's like 100 pages long, so there's a lot more to it. But one of the questions I've been asked a lot, especially from our local government partners, is should we be concerned about the preemptions in this bill? Because the other big preemption in the bill is that rent control is now prohibited across the board. So under former state law, basically a local government can do rent control if it first found a housing emergency, if they voted on it at a public referendum, and then it can only last for 1 year. This bill would just do away with that entirely, no rent control anymore. So folks have asked me, well, should we be concerned about the preemption in this bill? Should we be fighting this? To me, this bill was like a warning shot to local governments when it comes to preemption, because I was actually surprised when I first saw the bill that they didn't preempt more when they easily could have. And so to me, I think the legislature is sort of saying, like, if local governments don't do the right thing over the next 5 or 10 years, we might come back and preempt more. So I would, if I were a local government official or a staffer, whoever, I would look at section 26 of the bill as sort of the warning shot of this is what y'all need to be doing. We're going to come back and preempt more. So there's a whole section in section 26 about what are called innovative solutions. And the legislature lists a laundry list of affordable housing best practices they want local governments to implement. Things like utilizing publicly owned land for housing, focusing on urban infill, flexible zoning, and commercial redevelopment. Modern housing concepts like manufactured homes, tiny houses, 3D printing, ADUs. So I would just take a look at this. This could be sort of like the things that they preempt down the road. So I would just take a look at that and make sure you're doing them ahead of time. So I think that's all I got. That's me. That's my email address. If you guys have any questions about any of this, happy to do that, or we can go back to lunch.
Yes. All right. Let's give Cody a round of applause. Any questions from the audience? Any questions? Any questions?
One of the things that has troubled me as because here in Tallahassee, we're investing millions into revitalizing and redeveloping traditionally African-American neighborhoods that have been neglected. What worries me is the G word, gentrification. And because as you know, as those properties increase in value, the property taxes go up in many instances. Has there been any discussion about that at all, and how that is or could be handled?
Yeah, the G word's a tough one.
Yeah.
And I think I want to applaud the city and the county for right now undergoing an inclusionary housing study. I know that there's an intent to adopt an inclusionary zoning ordinance maybe sometime this fall or next year.
Mhm.
I think that's a way to, for those who don't know, inclusionary zoning is a policy where you require a developer to include affordable units within a market rate development. So you might say that like X development has to have 20% of its units as affordable housing. To me, that's the anti-gentrification tool. Like it still make sure that there is some market rate development, but that affordable housing is required to be in that. I think one part of the gentrification issue too is this issue of sort of like trickle down housing, as people call it. Like if you don't have enough housing for people who are middle or higher income, they're going to outbid homes that are supposed to be for lower income folks. And so that's an issue too. We need to have housing at all income levels so that doesn't happen as much as it has in the last couple of years. Because I mean, frankly, like, you know, we're seeing a lot of communities being bought out because from like out of state, you know, buyers with cash because it's affordable to them where it's still not affordable to folks who live here currently. So I think the answer would be more homes overall, and you know, inclusionary zoning, community land trusts can be a huge part of that too. But yeah, there's a tough question.
Yeah, yeah. It's always on my mind. I see it coming.
Right.
What we
Any other questions? So I have a question, Cody. Are there any housing best practices that you're seeing across the state? I mean, affordable housing is a toolkit from ADUs to multifamily to single family detached. So are there some models that you are seeing across the state that are worthy of mentioning?
Yeah, so I think I see it as like the first thing is money, right? Money rules everything. And we're seeing a lot more local governments start to commit their own dollars to affordable housing. Palm Beach County in last November just voted on a $200 million bond referendum. We're going to be using $200 million of taxpayer dollars just for affordable housing development. Places like Hillsborough County are committing, you know, 10 million a year. Orange County the same. I think that local commitment monetarily is very important. But I mean, it runs the gamut of, you know, zoning reform, publicly owned land. I mean, those are the tools I think that local governments have to leverage. And I think just doing more of that, you know, it would be great. And especially the publicly owned land part of it is that's really key, I think, for a lot of respects is when you have a public resource to make sure it's either used for affordable housing in perpetuity, or when you're selling that property to at least use the proceeds for an affordable housing trust fund, for example. So there are a lot of things that folks are doing now kind of out of necessity, right? Because we're all experiencing this housing crisis. But I think folks are starting to become more innovative and everyone's talking about it. So there's going to be a lot of things to share, especially in the next couple of years.
And those two examples you gave, are those are those the municipality SHIP funds that are going towards that are funding those projects?
So SHIP is part of it. They're also more local governments using their own local money. So like general revenue, you know, their own tax revenue, selling property and then using the proceeds for a trust fund, bonding authority. Whole like Tennessee has a great HFA, so they're involved in that. But yeah, a lot of different unique ways to get local money for. Yeah, it's great to hear about the hotel conversion. That's something that actually the Live Local Act is going to make easier for folks. Is you won't even have to do that like rezoning yourself. The affordable housing developer would be allowed that from this bill. So it would save time on both the developer side and the local government side without having to rezone parcels like that.
Cody, the funding that you mentioned for Live Local, has there been any consideration given to making the process of acquiring that funding easier or more expeditious?
Yeah, that's a big question because a lot of the money, especially the sale money, goes through the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, and they have, you know, process they've used for decades. And it's really the ones who are experienced in it that typically will know how to work it. And it costs a lot of money to hire a whole team of attorneys to read it all and figure out what to do. I think, local governments, I think, will have the best chance to make it easier, right? They're more nimble than the state would be on things like that. But I'm really looking forward to seeing like this extra money they have to play with, and if they are going to make it more expeditious. One of the things that we're going to be advocating for is they set a pot of money just for nonprofits, not allowing for-profit developers to be involved. I think that sort of commitment is huge, just to not only build housing, but also to build up our nonprofit capacity, which is a huge issue too.
Any other questions? All right.
Thank you for
Well,
having me. Go Knowles.
thank you. All right. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay. So we are getting ready for session 3, the state of housing in the Florida Big Bend area, with another brilliant mind from Florida Housing Coalition, Amanda Wander, the Ending Homeless Team Director. And so Amanda is the Florida Housing Coalition's Ending Homeless Team Director. And in this role, she works closely with Continuum of Care, or COCs, local governments, nonprofits, faith-based organizations, service providers, and other stakeholders working to prevent and end homelessness in their community. Knowing that homelessness is solvable, Wander provides training, technical assistance, and consulting to ensure communities have an effective housing crisis response system. Wander is also a HUD technical assistance provider to continuums of care throughout the United States, helping to build capacity and navigate complex funding sources. Prior to working with the coalition, Wander led an 8-county COC and has worked in various behavioral health and homeless and housing programs, including coordinated entry, homeless management information system, so the HMIS. How many of you are familiar with HMIS? Okay, maybe 1 or 2. All right. Permanent supportive housing and street outreach. As a strong advocate for housing first and with a passion to resolve and prevent chronic homelessness through utilizing data, evidence-based practices, and providing effective interventions, Wander has dedicated the past 15 years of her career to the implementation of solutions to ending homelessness. Wander holds a bachelor's degree from Florida State University, Go Knowles, and has served as an HMIS administrator, HUD technical advisor, and trainer, as well as a COC executive director. Y'all help me welcome Amanda Wander.
Thank you guys, and thank you for sticking around after lunch. It cleared out. You guys fed people too well. So I think all the presentations today have talked quite a bit about or touched on the importance of affordable housing. And so just kind of break some things down for the specific counties in the Big Bend area so that you can learn a little bit more about what's going on with affordable housing stock in those specific counties. If we don't touch on your county or a county you're interested in, don't worry. We have all of this information on a dashboard, and we can kind of walk you through how to use it. See if I can use this clicker. Test 1. There we go. All right. So a little bit about me. I'm very familiar with the Big Bend. So I'm born and raised in Tallahassee, and I get to enjoy all of the surrounding counties and all the beautiful things that those communities have to offer as well. So I'm a huge proponent of promoting this area. And if you ever need a tour guide from somebody out of town, just call me up. I love doing it. All right. And so I wanted to pause a bit and let you know a little bit about the organization that Cody and I come from. So our organization is the Florida Housing Coalition, and there's usually some confusion about us, the Florida Housing Coalition, and Florida Housing, see, I get us mixed up. Florida Housing Finance Corporation. And so I wanted to explain a little bit about the tie-in there too, because we are different organizations, but we do support the work of Florida Housing Finance Corporation in 2 ways. We have 2 programs that we provide technical assistance for. So the SHIP administrators get technical assistance through our organization, Florida Housing Coalition. So we run a hotline. We have a team of 2 people that support all of those SHIP administrators on implementing
housing practices, things like that. We also have another program where we provide TA and assistance to the pre-development loan program participants through Florida Housing Finance Corporation. So if you're a nonprofit interested in getting in the space of affordable housing development, then that might be a good option for you. We also work with nonprofit capacity building too. So if you're not quite ready for that pre-development loan, but you need some help as an organization to get to a place where you would qualify for that, we also have a program for that. But basically our mission is to see us in Florida that affordable housing is available to everyone and people have choices no matter what income range they're at. One of the things we'll discuss today is the choices that are available to different income ranges. And those choices are very slim for people who make 30% or less of the area median income. And so that is primarily my focus as the homelessness team director. I'm always looking at that. What does the community have as far as resources for that population that has really limited income and resources? And we do a lot of different things. We don't only do those programs for Florida Housing Finance Corporation. We work directly with private nonprofits who are interested in best practices. We're starting to work with more nonprofits that are wanting to step into the space of being an affordable housing developer or operator. Basically, housing is so scarce for those lower income populations or special populations. Nonprofits are wanting to come in and kind of protect that stock for the population they serve so that there is at least some housing stock for that population so they can move them through their programs. We also work directly with local governments to help them come up with solutions that are related to inclusionary zoning or homelessness solutions. We work with continuums of care and governments together to make sure that they are working together on solutions that are going to be meeting the needs of their constituents. I feel like I need a tinfoil hat to just get it just right. So the there are I think 17 different counties in the Big Bend, but we're going to just focus on a few of those today, which are primarily partners that work with the Big Bend partners. So moving from east to west, we'll kind of look at Madison, Jefferson, Leon, Wakulla, and Gadsden and Jackson counties. And I'll be providing you guys information that's pulled from two sources. So our Florida Housing Coalition webpage has a dashboard, Home Matters report. We do it every year. And we've also, over the past couple of years, included a dashboard so that you can see some things that are going on in your specific county or city. And there are a lot of other tools on there that can help you dig into some of these statistics by race, gender, income range. So there's a lot that we're not going to touch on today that might be useful to you. Oh, yeah. Oh, we got a system now. Oh, it's just me. Just need to learn how to operate it. So what you're going to see is a snapshot for each county. And so what we're going to review in that snapshot is first the percentage of the population that is cost burden. And so Cody touched on this, cost burden in the sense what we're talking about, who's spending more than 30% of their budget on housing costs. Basically, if you are spending more than 30%, you're at risk for some things to go wrong. And you may fall on hard times if that much of your budget is dedicated to housing, but there are limited options. We'll also look at that specific cost burden statistic for renters. How much of the rental population is cost burden? Just keep in mind that the data that we're going over for that section is from 2020. We'll also take a look at publicly assisted units. And this doesn't include all of the publicly assisted units, honestly, but it does include anything that was subsidized and during the development phase for affordable housing. It also includes vouchered units that have some sort of tenant voucher tied to it. So we'll kind of look at the number of units in a county that have been lost since 2000, the number of units that have been gained since 2000, and the number of units that are expected to be lost by 2042. And it's really important to pay attention to this. There's more detailed information available publicly about what properties might have an affordability expiration term coming up. And what we're seeing in a lot of places, especially with some senior housing, is that long-standing affordable housing that has been affordable, fixed income seniors is now expiring in their affordability terms. So a lot of times, those locations, if they were built 50 years ago, are in a very desirable location now for a for-profit developer. And they get switched over to fair market rent and redeveloped, and then are taken off the affordable housing stock. And so we want to see as much preservation of affordable housing as possible. And there are a few counties that I was kind of going through the data and I was like, ooh, we need to look at that. Another thing we'll look at is rentals that are available per 100 households. And this is broken down by income range. So what you'll see consistently is that for people who have 30% or below that area median income, there are fewer options to choose from, like in the 20 to 30 units out of 100, opposed to people who are at that 120% AMI. They may have over the amount of options. And again, that data is from 2019. So first looking at Madison County, and a lot of the counties that we're looking at today are predominantly rural. So you'll see Leon County kind of stand out in that respect with the number of subsidized units that's in. But the percent of the population in Madison who is cost burdened, just the general population, is about 29%. And that equates to about 1,800 households. Renters who are cost burdened is 42%. And so that's a total of about 680 households. And I see these low numbers of households that makes me feel like something can be done about this. There's hope there. Even though these are small communities, a lot of times if these types of statistics are ignored for a long time, they grow and more disparity and gap grows. And then it's harder to deal with later on. The number of assisted units in Madison County, the total assisted units is 336. 7 units were lost since 2000, which isn't that bad. 36 were gained, but 36 are expected to be lost by 2042. And then 72 units were gained since 2000. One of the things you really want to look at is kind of like your net. At the end of 2042, what are you left with? Are there new affordable housing developments coming online? Is the rate historically balancing out so that you're adding more affordable housing stock, or is it not? Are you essentially losing more affordable housing than you're standing up over time? Rental per 100 households. So out of 100 households who have that 0 to 30% AMI range, 34 will, there are 34 households that will be able to kind of find a unit that's affordable to them. The bulk of people in this income range are severely cost burdened, and there's not enough options for them. And a lot of the reason for that is because someone in this income range, let's say you're on a fixed income of $850 a month. What is 30% of your income is roughly going to be like $255, something like that. If that unit's not subsidized both through development and a voucher, it can't work. So unfortunately, we just don't have enough of that subsidy, enough of that funding to create and support the units that need to be provided to those populations. Oh yeah, click. I'm gonna get it. So Jefferson County, which I knew we had some people here earlier from Jefferson County, 25% of the general population is cost burden, but 40% of the renters are cost burden. There's 171 total assisted units, and there's expected to be 132 units lost by 2042. This is the one that jumped out at me the most, concerned me the most. Also, because there's no data on those that were lost or gained since 2020, which means there hasn't been much activity with regards to units there. So this was the one that stood out to me the most in regard to assisted units that needs some attention. Rentals per 100 households. You'll see this particular category, it lumps MSAs together. So you'll see some of the same numbers because they lump all of those counties together. So this is one of those counties that's included in one of the large MSAs. But 55 out of 100 households will be able to find a rental if they're in that 0 to 30% AMI range. All right. So Leon County cost burden, the general population is 36,000, 36%. That equates to about 41.5 thousand households. Percent of renters that are cost burden is 55%. The number of assisted units, and of course, if you get into an urban metro area, you're going to have a lot more funding streams to be able to support assisted units. So you're looking at 4,700 total assisted units. 1,300 units were lost since 2000. And then it's expected that 1,700 will be lost by 2042. But you also see that a considerable amount has been gained since 2000. So this one, looked pretty balanced. We know that the need here is much greater than this. And again, you'll see this particular information on the right for rentals per 100 households is based on the city of Tallahassee metropolitan area. So it looks a little different, but 20 out of those 100 households with that 30% or below AMI are going to be able to actually find a unit. Right. So what was interesting because they're doing a little better than most of the state in regard to cost burden. So most of the state in most areas, cost burden for renters is 40% or higher. And so Cullah, as well as a couple other communities in the Big Bend, are among some of the only places in the state where that cost burden was a little bit lower. So Cullah has 35% of their renters being cost burden, which is 640 households. And then 19% of the general population is cost burden, which is quite a bit lower than what we were looking at some of the other counties in this area. Assisted units, there's 121 total assisted units with 34 units gained since 2000. It doesn't look like there's anything coming up for expiration with that time frame of 2042. So that's why you don't see any that are going to be lost. But it's also really important to understand that, Wakulla is looked at as another place to live that is more affordable, close and commuting distance to Tallahassee. And so more and more people are moving there, more and more people are going to need affordable housing. But making sure that those affordable housing units are online and not just sitting and being okay with this be the proper stance. These numbers haven't changed. This is part of this larger MSA. It includes Gadsden as well as Madison, I believe. So Gadsden County also is doing a bit better compared to the general state with regards of percentage of households that are cost burden and renters. So 36%. And then the general population, 22% were cost burden. This one is concerning with regards to the assisted units. So you have currently 993 assisted units. There's 182 units that have been lost in 2000, and then another 542 units will be lost by 2042. And there's been 198 units gained since 2000. So the trend is you need to create more so that you don't have so many go offline. A lot of the things that can be done at the local level to extend affordability terms at that local level, I will probably say this all kinds of wrong, and Cody is welcome to correct me. But you can kind of, mandate at the local level longer affordability terms, or a funding stream can have longer affordability terms. For example, there's been some infusion of home art funding lately, and the affordability term on that is 15 years. That's it. But there's nothing to say that a local government couldn't impose a long term of affordability. That is the minimum. So we like to see affordability in perpetuity, 99 years. Anything less than 30, it's really going to cause some issues later on. And Jackson County also doing better than some of the other state counties. 25% of the general population is cost burden, and 36% of the rental population is cost burden. And this is a bigger area too. Assisted units, they have about 1,000. 230 will be lost by 2042, and 280 have been gained since 2000. The balance there is a little better than some of the other places that we've looked at. So the way our dashboard is set up, you can kind of hover over a county on any given image for the dashboard, and it will give you those statistics. If you click on the county, it will give you even more information. So I encourage you to explore the Florida Housing Coalition Home Matters dashboard. We usually release these reports in the summer. So at August is our conference time, and we usually kind of do an unveiling of the Home Matters report along with the new dashboards at that time. But you can check out what's available from the 2022 report at that link. It includes other data too. So it includes data on homelessness, wages and housing costs, wages by race, home ownership by race and age. And some of those are what Cody talked about as well. And where we may give you some percents and bigger general numbers on our dashboard, the Schemberg Clearinghouse for Affordable Housing Data for Florida is going to give you some actual numbers. So this is really helpful if you're looking at an area you may want to develop in, or you're looking at an area to see what the need is. There's tons of information there on affordable housing. And some of it is based on census data, so it's a little out of date. Some of it is kept up to date yearly. So it just depends on what you're looking for. And there are a few things coming up that will probably interest you all. Just this week, HUD sent out a notice that they plan to take action to remove unnecessary barriers to housing for people with criminal records. So they're specifically talking about people trying to take advantage of public housing authority type properties. So what's going to likely happen is this summer, there's going to be a proposed language change. And at that point, everybody can provide their feedback about that and what that's going to look like. So that's going to be really important for you guys to pay attention to, provide feedback so that that happens the correct way. Also, there's another notice out. HUD seeks public comment on potential changes to regulation requiring accessibility and prohibiting discrimination on the basis of disability in HUD programs. And while we were sitting in here today, there's another notification from HUD on another fair housing toolkit that can help an organization or a system make sure that they are operating within the guidelines of fair housing. So those are all great resources for everyone to check out and also provide feedback when you have the opportunity. And if you guys want to come party with us in August, we have a really great conference. We bring together over 1,000 different housing advocates across the state. And it generally is a time where people make connections between organizations, and there's some real creativity that happens, and sometimes some really cutting edge programs end up coming out of it. We do a lot of presentations from local communities, sharing kind of what they've accomplished over the past year, 2 years. Last year, we focused a lot on some of the funding that was available through COVID and how communities were using that for housing. But we would love to see you guys there. And that's all I got. Unless you guys have questions.
All right. Any questions? Yes.
But I would like for you to expound a little bit about the Community Land Trust and the institute that you all have and how you've been helping land trusts across the state.
Yes. So Cody could probably speak to this better, but community land trust is a way of kind of sharing land so that the cost of land isn't driving up the cost of a home. So this makes home ownership available to people who maybe are in those lower income brackets or wouldn't have the funds to cover the land that would be included in the development of a home. So you guys might be familiar with Matthew Wyman, who used to work with Leon County. We stole him. And now he is our community land trust manager. So he has about 10 or 11 communities that he's working with, local governments for the most part, across the state of Florida that are all interested in setting this up in their community. And so we're excited to see so much traction with this, because this really does help fill a gap and make home ownership possible for people that just would not have that opportunity otherwise of having that cost of the land included. Cody, you got anything else you want to correct or add to that?
No, I just wanted to shout out Karen, and TLC has been such a victory, I think, for Tallahassee. Y'all been doing great. Yeah, so as Amanda mentioned, the purpose of a CLT is basically to keep land affordable forever, right? No matter what building is on there currently, the land will always have affordable housing on it. And so we run an institute called the CLT Institute, where we certify community land trusts to develop housing forever. And Karen is now part of a steering committee, the CLT steering committee of CLTs across the state, just sharing best practices, how to develop best, how to keep land affordable forever best. So it's a shout out to your organization and all you've done the last couple of years.
Thank you, Karen.
Good afternoon. I wanted you to expound a little bit about, you said the conference that you all have coming up. And first of all, I didn't realize you all had a statewide network. So if you can expound as far as like, what are some of the things that you actually will be doing at the particular conference? I know you said it's for different housing providers, but are there going to be seminars? Are there going to be workshops? Or can you kind of expound on that? And can we get that information?
Yes, and yes. So usually our first day of conference is a Monday, and that is our forums and caucuses day. So we group people together by subject matter usually. So you might have CLT group, you might have an ending homelessness group, you might have reentry housing solutions. Those groups will meet together. There will likely be a panel discussion and some dialogue back and forth for about an hour and a half for each one of the subjects. The second day is all sessions that are usually about an hour, hour and a half, and they're specific to a topic. So almost every time slot this year, we have something dedicated to the Live Local Act and diving deeply into that. So depending on the topic, you know, it might draw government to that particular session. It might draw private developers. As far as attendees, we usually get a lot of different state government housing staff. We also get nonprofits. Anyone, you know, from a small faith-based nonprofit that might be running a food pantry and is interested in doing more, on up to a statewide nonprofit that has a huge resource of volunteers. We also have for-profit and not-for-profit developers come. And so this is where a lot of partnerships happen. And we like to make a lot of introductions between the nonprofits and the developers so that they can start working together to help each other in those applications through Florida Housing Finance Corporation. Florida Housing Finance Corporation also has a big part in this conference, and they usually do quite a bit with forums and caucuses and presentations. And they're usually on site all the time, so you can kind of get your questions answered as well.
Any other questions?
And we throw a heck of a party at the reception, and you guys look like a lively bunch. So I think you should come.
No questions on this end over here? Y'all been a quiet bunch, boy. All right, that's fine.
Conference, but when is the best time to register? I saw the link and I tried to search it myself, but when's the best time to register for it?
Now, because we sold out last year. We had to turn people away. We did expand a little bit, but not much.
I went to the website.
Yeah, so if you go to floridahousing.org, there's a tab in the top right that says conference. If you click on that, you'll see all the information. And I'll send this to Dante so he can kind of get it out.
Wonderful. So I actually have a question around the data that you pulled up on each one of those counties and the units that are rolling offline. What was the criteria for in terms of when they are rolling off?
So basically, if they were recorded in that number, either their affordability term is expiring or the subsidy expires. So like if it's some sort of tenant specific voucher or something like that, or unit specific voucher, it's expected to stop at that point. So things can happen to continue making that affordable, but a lot of times it goes missed by a community at large. And so one of the things the Schimberg Center does on their data clearinghouse is they provide a list for every community, and it includes the expiration date for these different types of units, how many units, the address, So that's where you can really kind of dive in and see if you might be losing quite a bit of units in a particular area of that community, which could make a big impact.
Indeed. Okay. Well, very good. Well, a lot of information. Thank you so very much. Y'all, please give Amanda another round of applause. All right. So we are getting ready to segue into our final session of the day, which includes a panel. A panel. So our topic is advancing housing protections for survivors of domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, and stalking. And so we are going to give a few moments to transition, but our panel will be Kelly O'Rourke, who is with the Domestic Violence Council, Emily Mitchum with Refuge House, and Jennifer Dritt of the Florida Council Against Sexual Assault. All right. We are getting ready for our final session of the day. We have learned so much today. Well, I have learned so much today. I hope you all have. Have you learned a lot? All right, good, 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 good. So our final session of the day is going to be just as informative and insightful. So in March of 2022, the Violence Against Women's Act, Reauthorization Act of 2022, which is VAWA, it was signed into law, which amended and strengthened the VAWA's housing protections for survivors of domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, and stalking. And so VAWA 2022 further gave HUD new enforcement authority beginning October 1st, 2022. And so I'm going to introduce the presenters to discuss this legislation and protections that it provides women. So our first panelist is Jennifer Dritt, who is a LCSW. She is the executive director of the Florida Council Against Sexual Violence, a position she has held for more than 19 years. She has been involved in the movement to end sexual violence for 44 years. Wow. Initially as an advocate and trauma specialist, and more recently as an administrator and policymaker. Ms. Dritt has served on the board of directors of the Tennessee Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence, the National Coalition Against Sexual Assault, and the Florida Network of Children's Advocacy Centers. She received her MSW from the Smith College School of Social Work, is licensed to practice independently in Florida, and provides consultation and expert witness services in sexual violence related civil and criminal cases. Welcome, Ms. Dritt. Our next guest is Emily Mitchell. She is the executive director of Refuge House, the domestic and sexual violence center serving the 8-county Big Bend area. She has served in this role since January 1st of 2021. Prior to her role as executive director, she served as the assistant director for 12 years and was responsible for all programmatic activities, contract management, and quality assurance practices throughout all 8 counties we serve. Before her time at Refuge House, she worked for several years with men who were adult survivors of childhood sexual abuse as an addictions counselor and as a counselor for domestic violence, adult sexual assault, and prostitution survivors within the Department of Corrections. Welcome, Emily Mitchell. Thank you. And finally, Kelly O'Rourke. She is a California transplant who has lived in Tallahassee since she came to FSU a few decades ago. She has degrees in theater and communications, as well as a master's in social work and gerontology. Okay, you have to tell us what that is, and a PhD ABD in social work. Currently, she is a research associate with the FSU Institute for Family Violence Studies, as well as the director of the Tallahassee Domestic Violence Coordinating Council. Kelly specializes in domestic violence and supervised visitation research, and with the DVCC, provides dozens of workshops on dating abuse, elder abuse, and domestic violence each year. While some may not realize it, many of the homeless women and children in our community are survivors of domestic violence. Safe housing is crucial to women and children fleeing abuse, and she welcomes this much needed discussion. So please welcome our esteemed panel.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Awesome. Great. Thank you. Hi, I'm Jennifer. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. Um, uh, and pleasure to be in the good company of my colleagues whom I've known about as long as we've all been here practically. So, um, so what I'm going to talk to you about are the changes so the Violence Against Women Act was reauthorized in 2022. Prior to that, the previous reauthorization was in 2013. The programs that were funded by the original Violence Against Women Act and subsequent reauthorizations were part of the budget and continued to be funded, even though the act itself wasn't reauthorized again until 2022. When it was reauthorized, there was a lot of work from by what they call themselves the National Task Force. They're an organization or a collaborative of people representing domestic violence serving organizations, sexual assault serving organizations, and policy organizations. Folks working with and representing immigrant populations, marginalized populations, Sisters of Color Ending Sexual Assault, the National Network to End Domestic Violence, National Alliance to End Sexual Violence. So broad coalition. And they just sort of decide what their policy initiatives are, what they can all agree upon, and they're going to work for with the VAWA reauthorization. They did a great job in 2022. They made significant changes to the housing protections that were already authorized in 2013. And I want to just go over them with you. It may be a little dry, forgive me. We're fine. We've decided we're fine taking and answering questions in the middle of the presentation. So please raise your hands. I do want to give you the disclaimer, which is that I'm not an attorney. I act like I'm one sometimes, but I'm not an attorney. I'm simply not. I'm a social worker, but I do know where you can find very good attorneys who handle these things. And that's at Legal Services in Florida, right here in Tallahassee. So thanks for your time. I'm glad you're here. I want to, so basically, pretty much what I said is that the housing provision of the Reauthorization Act went into effect in October of 2022. The government has not issued guidance on those yet. We're going to, it looks like it'll be another year and a half before there's guidance on that. So this is, you may ask questions and I'll say, that's forthcoming. But those provisions, those protections are for survivors of domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, and stalking, regardless of gender, who are seeking access to or to maintain federally assisted housing. VAWA continues, 22 continues the safeguards that were in 2013, as well as the safeguards developed under VAWA 2005, which was the initial, it was 1994, wasn't that the first? 94 was the first time it was authorized, and expands housing protections for survivors in significant ways, and also expands the housing programs that are accountable to those protections. So, okay, I'm going to try this, Dexter. Okay. Okay, because I'm short, and I don't think I can even. Okay, so great. So basically, the reauthorization covers more federal housing programs. And not only does it cover very specific federal housing programs that I'm going to list, but it has a catch-all provision for current or later federally assisted housing programs for low or moderate income populations. So if there's a new housing program that is specifically for lower income lower moderate income populations, that catch-all phrase sweeps those housing projects or programs under VAWA and makes those provisions applicable to them as well. It protects the rights of tenants, landlords, and others to report crime and to seek emergency assistance based on criminal activity of which they are the victim or otherwise not at fault. So maybe they're experiencing repercussions because their partner engaged in criminal activity. They are also protected by these provisions. In jurisdictions receiving CDBG grant funding. So the other thing that it did was it requires federal agencies, and this is what you're going to see, that we don't know what that's going to look like, with housing programs subject to VAWA, to establish a process to review compliance, whether those housing programs are compliant with the provisions of VAWA. It protects tenants and programs participants exercising their rights or participating in processes related to VAWA housing protections from retaliation by their landlords. And it establishes within the Office of Housing and Urban Development a gender-based violence protection office with the Violence Against Women Act director. And I'm pretty certain that Lynn Rosenthal is who was the director many years ago, the executive director of Refuge House, and then the director of the Domestic Violence Coalition, and then was the director of the Office on Violence. She was the director of violence against women in the Obama administration. So in the executive office, not at DOJ, she is the director at HUD of this particular position. So what it does is it amends the definition of homelessness under McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act to better address the needs of sexual assault survivors, because what we found was that a lot of the housing provisions address the needs of domestic violence and dating violence survivors, but not sexual assault survivors, especially when the sexual assault didn't meet the definition of domestic violence. And there's been a lot of advocacy and work nationally for years to both expand those housing provisions to support and meet the needs of sexual assault survivors, and also help those of us who do primarily sexual assault work understand more, have a better understanding of the housing needs of sexual assault survivors. So it requires the HUD secretary to conduct a study assessing the availability and accessibility of housing and services for individuals experiencing homelessness or housing instability who are survivors of trafficking or at risk of being trafficked, like homeless and throwaway youth. Great. It protects so the question is, everybody's like, who does VAWA protect? Well, the Violence Against Women Act protects anyone who's a victim of actual or threatened domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, or stalking, or an affiliated individual of the victim, and living in or seeking admission to federal assisted housing unit covered by VAWA. So who's an affiliated individual? That's sort of like the great question. For the purposes of VAWA, what does that mean? An affiliated individual, the definition of that is unchanged in VAWA 2022 from 2013. It can be a survivor's spouse, parent, sibling, child, an individual to whom the survivor stands in loco parentis, in place of a parent, or an individual tenant or lawful occupant living in the survivor's household. So if the survivor is sexually assaulted in her home and there are other people living in that home, and it's not, say it's sexual assault, not domestic violence, somebody breaks in and other people are at risk, their safety is in question, the place is no longer safe for them, everybody living in that home is protected by the VAWA protections. And those folks do not have to necessarily be related by blood or marriage. Okay. So, questions? How does the Violence Against Women Act define these crimes? It defines them very specifically. I'm going to give you the very specific definitions, and they define it more broadly than most knows, and in the way that we're used to those definitions. So And those definitions are substantively unchanged from the 2013 reauthorization. So domestic violence includes felony or misdemeanor crimes of violence committed by a current or former spouse or intimate partner of the victim under the family or domestic violence laws of the jurisdiction receiving the grant funding. So the laws of the jurisdiction are pertinent here and sort of establish specificity of the definition for the purposes of VAWA protections. A person with whom the victim shares a child or commits acts against a youth or adult who is protected from those acts under the family or domestic violence laws of the jurisdiction. And a person who is cohabitating with or has cohabitated with a victim as a spouse or intimate partner. It includes felony or misdemeanor crimes of violence committed by a person similarly situated as the spouse of the victim. So somebody who is very much like a spouse but not married to the person. Any other person who committed a crime against an adult or youth victim who is protected under the domestic or family law, violence laws of the jurisdiction. So if you think this person is covered, it's best to assume they are and look and also seek legal counsel. And that go to Legal Services of North Florida, which has got offices all across the Big Bend and Panhandle, and they've been doing public interest law for a very long time and know this really well. And Cristo Marcos probably won every domestic violence law award in the state, and also knows sexual assault services very well, sexual assault law. So dating violence is committed by a person who has been or is in a social relationship of a romantic or intimate nature with the victim, and the existence of such a relationship. So for the purposes of defining that is determined based upon the length of the relationship, the type of the relationship, and the frequency of the interaction between the two people involved in the relationship. Sexual assault is a much simpler definition. It means any non-consensual sexual act prescribed by federal, tribal, or state law, including when the victim lacks capacity to consent. So somebody who is has so inebriated that they cannot consent, that's sexual violence. Somebody who has been either intentionally incapacitated by taking drugs or because drugs have been given to her or him, that is inability to consent, that's sexual assault. Anything else that you want to add? Okay. All right. So, and stalking is defined as engaging. It sort of interestingly enough, it defines the activity, not the victimization first. So in a course of conduct directed at a specific person that would cause a reasonable person, most of us, right, to fear for his, her, their safety or the safety of others, or suffer substantial emotional distress. You'd be surprised at the number of people who've been stalked. I mean, so many people have been stalked and don't talk about it, and think, oh, well, that's just an over-attentive suitor, right? But it makes you nervous and it's scary and you never know if it's going to happen at 2 o'clock in the morning, and that you would be protected under the provisions of VAWA. So, thank you, sir. So what types of housing does VAWA cover? It's a much longer list and broader than it used to be. So the law only provides protections for federally subsidized housing units and does not apply to private housing without federal subsidies. So it's specifically federal subsidies that are involved. The list of housing programs covered by VAWA is as follows, and it's extensive. So, the first four sections, these three, and then the next one are all programs that are really administered by HUD. And you probably know all of them. Public housing, Section 8 housing choice voucher program, project-based Section 8, Section 202 supportive housing for the elderly, 202 direct loan programs, Section 18, Section 236 multifamily residential rental housing, 221. So, MIRH housing, home, housing opportunities for people with AIDS, McKinney-Vento Act program, transitional housing assistance for homeless veterans, grant programs for homeless veterans with special needs, supportive services for veteran families. Veteran Affairs Supportive Housing, BASH, National Housing Trust Fund, and Transitional Housing Assistance Grants for victims of domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, and stalking. I know, Emily, you, Refuge House has had those grants, and that means that in addition to, that means that all of the provisions of housing provisions of VAWA apply to the work they do in the transitional housing program they run. Under the USDA, so the Rural Development and Multifamily Housing Programs are covered under VAWA. So tenants, program participants, and also landlords handling that, including the Rural Development Voucher Program and the U.S. Department of Treasury Low Income Housing Tax Credit Program. So housing opportunities under the Low Income Tax Credit Program, Housing Tax Program are covered under the provisions of VAWA 2022. So, and there's the interesting, sometimes hated by landlords, but not always, and for which many people are grateful, is the catch-all provision in 2022, which was not in VAWA 2013. And that again is, as I mentioned before, this is quotes, any other federal housing program providing affordable housing to low and moderate income persons by means of restricted rent or rental assistance, or more generally providing affordable housing opportunities as identified by the appropriate agency through regulations, notices, or any other means, would be subject to the Violence Against Women Reauthorization Act of 2022. So anything authorized going forward that provides that kind of assistance, subsidized assistance, would be bound by and covered under VAWA 2022 housing protections. Questions? Yeah. You guys can hear me? You mentioned all the different housing programs. So what you're saying, if you live in private housing, you live in Joe Schmo apartment complex, you don't get any help at all. If it's not subsidized, right? If it's not subsidized, it doesn't mean you wouldn't get help, but you're not covered by these specific protections. Okay. So you're not. Landlords are not compelled to help domestic violence survivors or anything like that. Well, not by the federal government, not with these protections. So for example, there are, I'm thinking of the state's victims' rights laws, 960. Okay. Has got specific protections for survivors, including, allowing them, I don't know who applies, I know it applies to sexual assault, does it apply to domestic violence, to get out of a lease and not lose their, nope, no, yeah, okay. Okay, all right. So I'll have to take a look because I know that we went to bat for one, because the survivor was told by her landlord that she would be able to retain her deposit when she was assaulted and beaten in her apartment, and she spent a week cleaning her apartment with her mother, cleaning up her own blood, and then he held her deposit anyway. So we went to that's I would encourage somebody to go speak with legal services in North Florida in that situation too. So what's the new gender-based violence prevention office at HUD? And it's interesting because it does say gender-based violence, and we know how many of these crimes really are overwhelmingly experienced by women, but they're not exclusively experienced by women. And so those provisions apply to people to men, they apply to non-binary people, they apply regardless of gender. Specifically, it is called the gender-based violence program because overwhelmingly the victims and survivors are female, but again, not exclusively. So that position is to help advance broad interagency strategies, so between HUD and, DOJ, where a lot of the Violence Against Women Act programs are administered. So a lot of the grants to improve the response are administered through DOJ. Would also include engaging with OVC Office of Victims of Crime to advance housing or other solutions toward ending gender-based violence. And so specifically, I'm running. Are you guys okay, or you just want me to keep talking? I'm like sitting here thinking, I'm taking up the whole time. So how are they protected from retaliation by their landlords? So specifically, a tenant who exercises his or their rights under VAWA and participates in a process. So suppose there's a domestic violence or dating violence or stalking thing that's impacting the survivor, and the survivor has to be away from home or has got is missing work because he or she's participating in the, seeking an injunction for protection, getting therapy, who knows what that is. If that's impacting in some way, they're protected from retaliation by landlords who's, are operating those homes and rental properties that are subsidized. So, there are times, very often we've seen survivors get kicked out of their housing because they're the victim of a crime. They did nothing wrong, but the landlord is punishing them because of domestic violence, which victimized them and other members of their family because he or she or they doesn't want that on their property. So the victim suffers, the family suffers, the kids suffer, but not the person who committed the crime. So, and I'm sure you've seen that a ton. You could probably speak to lots of other examples of that. So this includes, you can't, the actions that would amount to coercion, trying to force someone out, intimidation, threatening actions, threatening to evict people because you don't like the victimization or it's too disruptive, or interfering with the process of participating in VAWA activities or protections, and any other retaliation. So the HUD and the Attorney General will implement this provision and enforce it consistent with the rights and remedies available to individuals seeking relief under the Fair Housing Act. And that the guidance around that is going to come out. We think it'll be out by March, possibly October of 24, maybe March of 25. Nothing moves very fast in a bureaucracy. No, but also I think what will happen is, as often happens, is when you have the case law impacts things, and it'll be shaped by case law. So just because there's not really any guidance right now doesn't mean that there aren't remedies for survivors. There's just not guidance about how they're going to ensure compliance or what that will look like. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I did not know. So that I did not know. And I'm great to you for that. Great. That can tell about the food law. Thank you. So we have on how we handle it. I don't think so. No, ma'am. So compliance reviews are, and so sir, you're already doing compliance. You're not doing compliance reviews. You're doing cases. Got it. Okay. All right. So the compliance reviews are going to be conducted by the federal agencies, the Department of Treasury, U.S. Department of Ag, and determine whether housing providers subject to VAWA are complying with the VAWA requirements. So they're going to issue regulations setting forth that process within 2 years, which is what, October 2024, 25? Yeah, 24, because yeah. So next. So this is the end of my part, which is some resources for you. Some great resources are the National Housing Law Project, which is funded by the Violence Against Women Act. They provide technical assistance to victim victim law specialists on responding to those provisions and helping survivors. Women's Law, which is a www.womenslaw.org, which is a project of the National Network to End Domestic Violence. And the National Alliance to End Sexual Violence has a housing coordinator who is also an attorney, and specifically working on those housing protections, and that's Layla Kashan. And you can find, we'll make sure that you have this information. You can find more resources there. Now I'm going to turn it over to Emily. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone, and congratulations on being the chance that stuck it out all the way to the very end. We all know what that's like, and good for you for staying tuned. I'm the executive director of Refuge House. We are the area, as said earlier, the area's service provider for Leon and 7 surrounding counties here in the Big Bend. I'm going to try the little clicker. Oh, okay. Oh, it worked, and I jumped ahead. Look at that. Okay. So basically, for our purposes at Refuge House, we have a variety of housing options to offer domestic sexual violence survivors and also people who are escaping any form of sexual exploitation or the sex trade. So where it all sort of starts is on our crisis hotline. People can call themselves to our hotline. Sometimes law enforcement or other agencies will call on their behalf to get information about what is available. Excuse me. First and foremost, and what most people need immediately is emergency safe shelter. They're literally made homeless because they are running away from a violent, abusive, or exploitative situation. So the quickest way and the best place to get them someplace where they're housed safely is to bring them into our emergency shelter. We have 2 of them. We have one in Leon County and one in Taylor County. We're small. We've only got about 23 beds in Leon and about 10 in Taylor. So our shelter was built, both of them, 23 years ago, at a time when there wasn't as much awareness about domestic sexual violence. And there was no such term as human trafficking or sex trafficking in those days. So it was built for a much lower expectation for need, where we have rapidly and greatly and continue to exceed our capacity as time goes by, especially post-COVID. So the way to access all of those is to call and talk to one of the hotline advocates who have the sometimes really challenging task of figuring out where, if we're full, do we put this victim? What other services are in our area? Where can they go to get safety immediately? And for anyone who's unfamiliar with the current situation in Leon County, is that it's busting at the seams, correct? The system is completely overloaded in terms of being able to get people into housing. I spoke with the executive director of Family Promise, which is formerly Hope Community, yesterday, and they have a 100 family wait list, not individuals, families waiting to get into safe shelter. They're living in their cars, Walmart parking lots, parks, various places that are unsafe and leave them vulnerable to further victimization and exploitation. Okay, so our emergency safe shelter, again, there's one in Leon and one in Taylor County. We're able to provide up to about 6 weeks of emergency stay. There's no charge for coming into services. We provide the same amount of shelter for domestic violence and sexual violence victims. We don't lessen the amount of time that SV victims can stay in our services. They get the full range that other domestic violence victims get to come into our shelter. We offer immediate case management to try to get working on where they're going next, because they've been made homeless due to domestic violence. And 6 weeks is really just enough time to sit your bags down, take a deep breath, and try to figure out how you're going to make it. So we put a lot on them, unfortunately, to expect that that's enough time to get employed, to figure out what's going on with childcare, to kind of get the kids situated and healed up a little bit, hopefully from what they may have seen, and figure out where you're going to move, get those deposits up, find a safe place, figure out transportation. It's a lot to do in a short amount of time. We also offer on-site, and this is our biggest program, a broad transitional housing program. So where someone may come into emergency shelter and they may have family somewhere, say Connecticut, they just need a little bus ticket up there or something like that, we can get them going. Some people may need to stay within our emergency shelter for a longer period of time because they really need the 24-hour staff support that we offer there. And for those people, they will stay in what's called the Safe Haven program, which is a small portion of the emergency shelter that's behind the security of gates and cameras. And they're able to stay for up to a year and a half. And they are able to access the staff support which they may need. There's other people that may not need that much support from staff. And for those, we have two other sites on our own properties, transitional housing. One is called 360, and that is over here on the right. That is a building that houses about 16 to 20 people. We have not full-time staff available. The staff are there from 9 to 5. But these are people that really just need a little bit of time to gather up, save some money, get into school, get a vocation, which is what the majority of the women do, is they go to TCC, they go, many start their own businesses. They do different things to be able to empower themselves when they leave for economic self-sufficiency, which greatly reduces their risk of becoming victimized again. We also have our townhouse program over here, really has very, very little staff present. These are folks that are really independent. They have low PTSD symptoms. It's located close to campuses, so many of almost 100% of those are enrolled in school when they get there. It's very convenient, and they also they can stay for up to 2 years at a very, very low subsidy, if you will. There are 3-bedroom, 3-bath units, and they're pretty nice. We also have scattered site housing, a very limited amount, but it is available in each of our counties. That comes from the Office of Violence Against Women, and it provides vouchers for people to stay in their own apartments, off-site, for about 9 to 12 months. The interesting thing that we found when we got that money a few years ago, well, not a few years ago, it was 2 years ago, was one that we couldn't find affordable housing with it. That there wasn't anything, there was very few places that met the income or the rate threshold that would let them be eligible to get in because they couldn't afford it, we couldn't afford it. And second, that they really preferred to stay on our properties. And we were surprised by that. We thought they would want to be out in their own place, kind of away from us. But we think that there's just the safety and the security factor and the availability of our staff to be there for them, really at arm's length, is more preferable than to being out after you exited a really violent relationship situation. And so that was unusual for that reason. I'm kind of right now in the midst of dealing with the fact that our emergency shelter is constantly full and that we need more bed space. And I'm looking at expanding our on-site residential capacity. That's a wish and a prayer based off of funding and fundraising, but it's a goal that we have for our agency to be able to offer more in terms of safe housing. The last, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
You'd like to have, how much housing?
Right now, with our transitional, if you added up our on-site transitional, we probably have about 55 beds, essentially. I would like to double that.
Okay.
I think if we had about 125 to 150 bed spots, it would greatly benefit.
You'd probably be full too.
Oh, we probably,
Yeah.
I definitely think we would.
Right. Thanks.
Absolutely. Yes. We don't.
We don't, we have a little bit of HUD funding. It's not a whole lot. And it's kind of running dry. We're about to be out of it, but we don't per se. I mean, there are some people who are eligible and who can use the vouchers, but we don't formally have sort of a collaborative partnership with them, but we definitely use them as a resource. Yeah. It is, the wait list is tremendous. And that's kind of a barrier for getting it someplace quickly, because again, most of those in emergency shelter have 6 weeks. Any other questions so far? The last thing, and this is the newest program offering that we have, is Carmelo's Place at Refuge House. We just opened it last summer. It's a low barrier, comprehensive, victim informed service exit program, if you will, for people that are leaving systems of prostitution, sexual exploitation, and sex trafficking that are made homeless by running away from fleeing their pimps or traffickers. So this program, we opened it with only 5 bed spaces, and we're completely overwhelmed by, I mean, as you can imagine, the demand, the need. So we're looking to expand on that also. But for right now, we really only have the funding to stay in this tiny capacity, so that we can serve people for, again, up to that 1.5 to 2 year time period that really they need in order to receive the necessary therapy, to get some employment, to get job skills, get themselves to where they're capable of economic self-sufficiency once they leave. Any questions? Yes. Oh, yes, absolutely. Everything is confidential. Everything is in a secure location. We don't have where we are. We're kind of on the radar, Tallahassee Police Department, if you will. And so we have a lot of extra security with them. We have specially built gates, different types of cameras, different types of door locks, different measures in place to be able to get everyone safe in the event, which happens unfortunately pretty often, that we have an abuser or a pimp or trafficker come on property trying to get at one of the women.
And how many can you serve at Carmela's?
Only about 5 right now. So we have it's really small. It's a little 3-bedroom piece of one of our properties. We'd like to go up to about 15 within the next 2 years. Sex trafficking people have really complicated needs, and it requires really skilled staff with direct experience working with that population. And so to be responsible for taking, providing care to these people, we want to be very careful about how we expand and how we grow. Because when it advertised, really it was not much of an advertisement. We got bombarded from across the country with people trying to get in. They just wanted to get out, wanted to come here. And we just didn't have the capacity. We couldn't meet all those needs.
And it's
Across the country. Yeah.
Is this women only?
No, men also. We have all the services we provide are equally provided and accessible to men. Any other questions? All right, well, I will turn this over to Kelly.
The party's over next door, I guess. Sounds like.
Well, I'm just going to add a teeny little piece to the end of this. It's about teenagers. Sometimes they're a group that falls in the cracks. Oh, I get it. Right? Oh, look at me. So about 1 in 15 kids are exposed to intermittent partner violence each year, and about 90% of them are direct witnesses to domestic violence. And family conflict is most often cited as a reason youth give for their homelessness or episodes of running away, and that includes domestic violence, sexual abuse, different kinds of substance abuse issues, etc. So what options do you have for helping teens? Oh, we did that right, didn't I? There we go. Now, if a teen is a parent with them,
You know, that they've got all the options of refuge house in their hand. They can go with mom or dad wherever they go and they're fine. Problem is when a teenager is on their own, when they're running away from the parents for some reason or where they're stuck living for some particular reason. And that's where they fall between their cracks because since they're not adults, they can't sign leases, they can't, you know, find housing on their own, live on their own. And a lot of services can't treat them alone. I don't believe that teenagers can walk into the shelter because there's issues with them not being adults and legal different liability issues. So a lot of them fall through the cracks. But if you are with a parent or you're in the system, then they have more options. In the system being obviously DCF or dependency cases, things like that. So once a child moves, and that, unfortunately, most of those in the system things come because you're in a very abusive home or perhaps juvenile justice, a lot of ways. But if you're just a teenager who needs to escape violence or sexual assault or other kinds of things like that on your own, there's just not a lot of options for you. But we do have some really good ones here in Tallahassee, and this is what they are. Number one is Capital City Youth Services. I can't say enough about these folks. You can come to them. They will accept anybody who is a runaway, homeless, anybody who's in an unstable home, they won't ask questions. You don't have to have a parent with you, anything like that. And they have several different programs that they can offer you. The first one is the National Safe Space, and you've probably seen these signs around town that say safe space. You can go up to one of those signs and say, help, I need someplace to stay, I need help. And usually within 30 minutes, you'll have a counselor from CCYS out there trying to help you solve your problems, situations. If you need shelter, they'll take you back and they'll feed you from there. But you got to know it's a safe place. You can go in there, tell whoever owns the shop where the sign is, I need help, and we'll take care of you. There is, you can text also. I think whatever you can text SAFE for help on your phone, which is 44357. One of the biggest programs is the Someplace Else Crisis Center. And that's not just, it's sort of like a timeout program. Like you can use it for a lot of different reasons. But any teen who wants to get away from any violence or issues in sexual assault, anything in their homes, they can come here. And again, they don't need a parent, so we don't need to sign off on anything. You just get here, we'll take care of you. It's also used a lot of times as a timeout program. If you're having trouble, parents are just fighting with the children a lot, and there's something going on and you just need a timeout. You can just come over here and stay for 2 weeks to get away from your family. If Uncle Bob is there and he's the one who you know in the past sexually abused you or whatever, you can come over here. You can stay up to 2 weeks, but a lot of times there's some kids who end up staying there for 6 months until we can help them out. So that's a possibility. 10 to 15-minute intake. There's single and double rooms, like kind of dorm-like, and they got 24-hour supervision. There's always an awake counselor there to help with anything that happens. And they also can work with you like goal setting and planning your future and getting into school and doing those kinds of things to help make you self-sufficient as it goes along. There's music therapy, counseling, all kinds of stuff there. So it's wonderful. Great place. I know of several children that went there and just kind of ended up on a whole different path than the place that they were in because of all the great services there. Another place they have is called Going Places, and this is kind of a street outreach because a lot of kids end up just sleeping on the streets. They'll go couch surfing for a while and they end up under a bridge or just not knowing where to go. And so this is sort of a street outreach. They go out to the streets and they talk to the kids and they do customized plans for survival. They intend to stay on the street. Maybe they don't want to come into shelter for some reason, but they want to stay on the street. They'll help them find, make a safety plan and find other resources for them that they could use on the street. They can provide things like tents, tarps, sleeping bags, things like that if the kids are going to be stuck out there. They can help them. They also have a lot of guidance and counseling, almost like caseworkers. If you want to live on the street for whatever reason, you're afraid to go somewhere else, they will help you with all that. They also have a drop-in center if you're on the street where you can get hot meals, hot showers. They'll give you laundry services, internet access, personal storage, clothes closet you can change, and case management. So again, if you are still on the street or just trying to find another place, you still have resources. You don't have to sit out there and out of desperation turn to things that you don't want to do. And they also have a thing called family place counseling, which is just when you want to come into the day and do some counseling with the families. It can be group, individual, or family. And they try to do assessments and help you get referrals to the places that you need. Now, long-term housing is a little bit more tougher, a little bit more difficult. Because they do have an option. They try to do some more long-term housing, But as we were talking about earlier, a lot of landlords just don't want to work with this population. They don't want to give an apartment or two over to what they perceive as troubled kids or delinquent kids or anything like that, causing a ruckus in their apartment complex, not good for business. So it's really hard. They need a lot more help getting some landlords to understand that these kids just need a place to stay and they're not all, insane delinquents. They have this vision. So they need a lot more help with that. But there are some places that they can refer kids to. They do have sort of a longer term transitional housing idea that they do where if you're close to 18 and they can put you in some of these apartments, they have scattered sites around town and help you, as you get to 18, 19, move out on your own. So they do have some transitional housing and programs to help you, move along the track there, but it's not a lot, unfortunately. But Safe Families for Children is one of the other ones. Or there's Treehouse, but yeah, Treehouse is an emergency shelter for kids that are aged 2 to 12 that are leaving, and you can stay for a few months. There's counseling, and they're one of the few that take the whole sibling group all together. So that's a good place to go if you need that. And most they get a lot of referrals from CCYS, and they do really good work. So that's another area that helps. Safe Families Tallahassee, that's a faith-based group. They are, I don't think it's the Four Oaks Church. Is that the one that's over there in Killearn area? And what they do is it's almost like foster care, but not. They call it host families. So you can bring the kids can come in and they can find a host family for the child while they work with, their ultimate goal though is reunification. So you have to have a parent's permission, really. You can't just wander up there as a lone teen and say, hey, find me a host family, unfortunately. So it's an option if your parent would work with you or your guardian would work with you, but it's not for teens that are on their own trying to get away as much. And the same thing with great places like Boys Town or AMI Kids. They're great programs, but they're not really for a homeless teen to go into and get some services. That's part of coming to most Boys Town and AMI groups, kids are there because of juvenile delinquency, the juvenile justice system, or DCF, and they go through that system, as I say. So, I'm sorry, go ahead. I don't think they're not that harsh. I mean, but again, it's a faith-based program. It's out of, like I said, Five Oaks Church. If you're interested, if you go to their website too, Safe Families for Children, and there's a whole link there for becoming a host if you want to be a host family and help kids. Yeah, it's really, most of the kids, they said the average is like 6 weeks there with the host family, some 2 days, some more. Some kids have been there for a year and a half and then move on. So it's like foster care, like I said, but not run by the state per se. It's run by them and the church, and they try to help. And they can usually match up a family within a couple of hours, they claim. So yeah, if you're interested in volunteering there, that probably be true. So any other questions? Please go ahead. All right. What are your programs that keep them walking back to keep them not walking back to the We've had about a 15-year history of working with prostitution, sex trafficking, whatever you want to call it, survivors. And in that time, we have developed an extremely robust prison outreach service. We actually go to them in the prison. And every aspect of our services, from the hotline to the injunction office, our staff are trained and committed to working with those people, that population specifically. The incarcerated survivors are overwhelmingly, it's the pipeline to prison. Child sex abuse to prison. That's the path, and in between is all the prostitution charges, the drug charges, the criminal involvement. And so we work very diligently with that population to make sure that they have, and they do. When I said earlier, the people that open their business, well, when you've got 8 felonies, you can't go work at the school system. So our women say, well, you know what? I'll just start my own business. And they do it really, really successfully. So we really encourage that. We work hard with them to be able to do that and to give them the supports they need. And I'll tell you something that is not complicated. The best thing you could do for somebody who's been that disadvantaged and that traumatized for their whole lifetime, who's looked down upon in society,
simplest thing you can do to ensure their resilience is treat them with dignity. It's really that simple. And so, you know, it's something that we're really committed to at Refuge House, probably because our service area has the largest female prison population. So yes, we're prepared for working with that population.
You do a great job. Yes, very good and wonderful job. Any other questions? All right, then. Got one more slide. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Another round of applause to our esteemed panel. Great information. Definitely learned a lot about this new legislation and just some of the options that are available for victims of domestic violence and dating violence and sexual assault and stalking. So we have come to the end of an awesome day. Did you all have a good time? Yes. Thank you. Good. So hopefully, again, the information will help you with your housing goals or the housing goals of those that you serve and needs. I have thoroughly enjoyed serving you today as your moderator. And thank you. And so I do invite you to check out Conversations with Nicole. We are on YouTube. I invite you to subscribe. I'm live on Mondays and Wednesdays, and my regular show comes out on Fridays at 7 a.m. Tomorrow's show features Mr. Vaughn Wilson of Mega Ace Productions. So before we leave, we have to give a major thanks to Dr. Patricia McGill, who is the founding executive director of the Corporation for Community and Economic Development United, Inc. And the mission of their organization is to provide community and economic development and empowerment, foster leadership, champion diversity, invest in education, create economic opportunities, and rebuild sustainable and healthy communities. So Mr. Joe Walker is going to come up and give some closing remarks, but while he is advancing, prior to forming this organization, Dr. McGill served in various capacities at FAMU. Her many accomplishments include establishing the Institute on Urban Policy and Commerce, teaching grantsmanship to master's level students, and leading the family legislative agenda in 1995 and 96 and establishing the Institute of Public Health under Florida Senators James P. Hargett Jr. of Tampa and Betty Holzendorf of Jacksonville. And during her tenure at FAMU, Dr. McGill reported directly to Dr. Frederick S. Humphreys, my president, and authored more than $15 million in contracts and grants for the university. You may applaud. So, Mr. Walker.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Walker. I am one of the folks here at CC EDU, and we'd like to give Nicole a special thanks for doing such a phenomenal job as a moderator today. And we'd also like to thank representatives from the city of Tallahassee, Tremaine, which and Leon County, as well as our speakers and sponsors, our Big Bend partners, our CCEDU staff, and the AC Hotel, which is, I didn't know it was this grand, so we'll have to come back and avail ourselves of some other services in the future. Each of you has made today's event a success, and success is really defined as something that you could evolve from and learn from. So I think we can unanimously agree that we learned something that we didn't know before we came here to make our jobs a little bit better in our community. We'd also like to thank let's see here. Basically, I'm trying to repeat myself. But anyway, we'd ask that you please join us tomorrow evening for the awards gala at 7 here at the AC Hotel. It'll be in this designated space. There should be a flyer with some information in our packet, and that concludes our conference. Thanks again.
Yes, no. So I did not know that he was doing all of the closing remarks. So I did want to thank the Big Bend Partnership Committee, which consists of, again, the Corporation for Community Economic Development, Executive Director Dr. Patricia McGill, Big Bend Habitat for Humanity, Executive Director Antoine Wright, Tallahassee Housing Authority, Executive Director Brenda Williams, Tallahassee Lenders Consortium, Executive Director Karen Miller, Bethel CDC, Executive Director Daryl Jones, Quincy CRA, Executive Director Robert Nixon, and City Manager. Mount Olive CDC, Executive Director Kayla Norris Barber. Some of these folks were here earlier, but are not with us right now, but we do want to acknowledge them. Gadsden County, Sonia Burns, Leon County Government, Jelani Marks, and special thanks again to our sponsors, City of Tallahassee, Wells Fargo, Prime Meridian Bank, and ViStar. I also want to remind you that the evaluations for today's program are in your bags, and we need you to complete them and turn them in at the registration table. All right. All right. Well, hopefully we'll see you all tomorrow at the gala. Yes, 7 o'clock. Semi-formal time. Okay, thank you. And this concludes our. All right.